Well, good evening. What a full house. Happy to see everyone here. Welcome to Fate City Hall for our April 6th City Council meeting. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum present?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
Perfect. What's the next item on our agenda, please?
Next, we'll move to item number 2, which is invocation given by Christopher Ash with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the American and Texas flags.
Our Father in heaven, we're truly grateful for this beautiful day, all the blessings that we enjoy, including our freedoms in this great country. We're grateful for the city leaders, for our civil servants, and for the citizens of this community. We pray for them. Please bless them with wisdom and understanding and knowledge that they may make good choices. We pray special blessings to be upon our first responders, those that sacrifice much and put themselves in harm's way for our care and our safety, and we pray for their protection. We pray for our teachers, that they may be able to educate the children and youth and the rising generation. At this time of year, we're particularly grateful for the blessing of an empty tomb, for a living Christ, and for him overcoming death and sin for all. And we pray for all that they may apply his teachings to their lives, including standing for what is right while still loving others, including those who may be different and even those who disagree. And we pray these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
All right, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Agenda item 3A, which is Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month proclamation.
Okay, whereas children thrive in safe, stable, nurturing families within their own communities, and while it is critical to build a system that supports families when they are in a crisis, intentionally supporting families before a crisis occurs is essential to preventing the abuse and maltreatment of children. And whereas through establishing partnerships with families, we can build strong, healthy families and resilient communities where children can thrive. And whereas each year, the month of April is dedicated to recognizing the critical work being done across our great state to support families before a crisis occurs. And whereas child abuse prevention occurs every day through the diligent work and tireless advocacy undertaken by families, friends, neighbors, houses of faith, advocacy groups, nonprofit organizations, schools, healthcare providers, social workers, and government agencies that support children and families in every community. And whereas some such agencies in our community include Children's Advocacy Center for Rockwall County, Empower, Lone Star CASA, Rockwall County Department of Family and Protective Services, and the Rainbow Room. And whereas child abuse prevention cannot be tasked to one community, agency, or system, and support that provides a way for the family to become self-sufficient, stable, and thrive is paramount. And whereas together we can create a brighter future for children, families, and communities in Texas and ensure tomorrow's leaders have the support they need to thrive and reach their potential. Now, therefore, I, Andrew Greenberg, Mayor of the City of Fate, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month in the City of Fate and encourage all citizens to work together to raise awareness and help prevent child abuse and neglect. Thank you.
We got a large group. If we could just squeeze in a little bit, get a couple rows.
Okay, next agenda item, please.
Agenda item 3B, which is Raju Anthony proclamation.
Raju, do you want to come stand in the center while I read this? All right, there we go. Whereas Raju Anthony faithfully served the City of Fate, Texas as finance director, dedicating years of professional expertise, integrity, and leadership to the stewardship of the city's financial resources. And whereas through Raju's guidance and careful oversight, the city maintained strong fiscal responsibility while continuing to support the services, infrastructure, and programs that benefit the residents of our community. And whereas the city's dedication to financial openness under his leadership was recognized through multiple transparency stars and related awards from the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts, highlighting the city's commitment to providing clear and accessible financial information to the public. And whereas while Raju's retirement marks the conclusion of an outstanding career in municipal service, the legacy of his work will continue to benefit the city and its residents for years to come. Now therefore, I, Andrew Greenberg, Mayor of the City of Fate, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the 7th day of April 2026 as Raju Anthony Day in the City of Fate, and encourage all citizens to join in expressing their gratitude to Raju Anthony for his dedicated service, while extending our sincere appreciation and best wishes for a happy, healthy, and well-deserved retirement. Well done, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead, Raju. You got it. There we go. All right. And 1, 2, 3. You good? Good.
Okay, next agenda item, please.
Next will be agenda item number 4, which is public comment. And I've received a few requests to address the council during this portion of the meeting. First being Autumn Lebinsky, address 114 Ballin Drive.
Welcome, Ms. Lebinsky.
Thank you. Autumn Lebinsky, 114 Ballin Drive. Really don't want to have to follow the Raju proclamation because I think we needed him to talk. But either way, moving on. On March 9th, I read the process for ethics complaints filed against city officers during public comment. The City Council voted to not conduct an investigation into ethics complaint filed against 3 members and confirmed that the City Council did not request an independent counsel. You waived the executive privilege and read a letter from the outside attorney that stated that the complaints were insufficient to invoke a full investigation. On March 11th, a council member acknowledged that the city had to hire an independent attorney, costing the city several thousands of dollars, and that there was no evidence and the whole case be thrown out, which is not exactly the wording that was in the letter. On March 18th, the same city council member stated on a public forum that the city retained, and this is in quotes, independent counsel to review the complaints and conduct an investigation, sidebar, that the city council voted against proceeding with. Continuing the quote, after reviewing the allegations, the evidence, and the applicable charter provisions, which I will add were misquoted, recommended not proceed on any allegations because they lacked evidence and factual support. This council member then reiterated that, quote, it is also important for the public to understand that these unfounded allegations cost the city of thousands of dollars in taxpayer money to hire outside counsel to investigate complaints that were ultimately proved to be without basis or supporting evidence. This leads me to the following questions as you evaluate agenda item 8A1. Was outside counsel requested again for this current complaint prior to an investigation being approved, which would be a violation of the process order laid out in the charter regarding complaints, specifically Article 2, Section 2-312, A and B, in which the city attorney does not get involved with the process until after the initial determination of investigations is voted upon, unless the city attorney was authorized by Section 2-314, which only pertains to the interpretation of content that refers to the meaning or effect of any section, word, or requirement of this code of conduct. Question 2, if outside counsel was requested prior to an investigation, was authorized at the expense of the taxpayers, Charter Article 4, Section 4-04 does not authorize the city attorney to retain special counsel without the approval of city council. Can you address to the citizens when this approval took place? If the process laid out for either of these questions in the charter and ordinances was not followed as listed, at what point does the city council actually start following the charter? Emphasis added by me.
Thank you, Ms. Lebinsky.
Next is Scott A. Smith, address 408 West Apple Tree Lane.
Welcome, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Scott Smith. I do live at 408 West Apple Tree Lane in Fate. Let's talk about Lafayette Crossing for a minute. As I'm sure you're all aware, they began work on the development a couple of weeks ago. My house, as most of you know, is bordered on two sides by Lafayette Crossing. The first order of business for the developer was to tear down the tree line behind the homes in our neighborhood that are directly adjacent to the development. I believe that most of that tree line was in the utility easement and not part of the property owned by the development. But even if the tree line was on their property, it really served no purpose to eliminate the tree line that was separating our neighborhood from the development. Now, if the tree line was on their property, which is in no way a certainty, it was within their right to tear it down, even though it was not a very neighborly thing to do. The tree line was acting as a natural noise and flood abatement between our neighborhood and the development. I have spoken to many of my neighbors, and we respectfully request that the city require the developer of Lafayette Crossing to do the following: construct a solid permanent wall along the entire boundary between our existing residential neighborhood and the new Lafayette Crossing. In addition, we want the city to ensure there are no streets or roads or any other connections built between our residential neighborhood and the Lafayette Crossing development. This separation is necessary to protect the safety, privacy, and quality of life of the families who already live in this neighborhood. We ask the City Council of Fate make these requirements a condition of any approvals or permits for the Lafayette Crossing development going forward. If you've never been to our neighborhood in downtown Fate that sits adjacent to Lafayette Crossing, then you know our infrastructure cannot support high volume traffic using our neighborhood as a cut through to avoid traffic on 551, Wood Creek Boulevard Extension, and I-30 Service Road. Our streets are very narrow, blacktop, and we have no sidewalks and no drainage. No reasonable person would think it is safe to allow Lafayette Crossing to connect to our neighborhood. Only a shill for the developers would think that would be a good idea. One last thing, the city needs to pass an ordinance that no work be allowed on Lafayette Crossing development between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. As recently as last Friday, bulldozers were operating as late as 8:30 p.m. in total darkness. The noise these bulldozers make is totally unacceptable past 7 p.m. at night. Thanks for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Next is Randy Long, address 2263 Bryant Lane.
Welcome, Mr. Long.
Good evening. I didn't get to finish comments in my last meeting because I saw the mayor and city attorney unholstering their tasers, so I stepped back. I thought I would chronicle this lesson in civics disguised as a circus in bullets. A large group of concerned citizens shared a belief that a council member was not representing them in a way befitting an elected official. They followed the process outlined in the charter and supported it with observable data, facts, and firsthand testimony. The goal, let the citizens decide. Almost immediately, an imposing group of citizens, along with some outside the city, formed a group in support of the councilwoman's behavior and actions. So far, so good. This is how it should be. Present facts and evidence on both sides and let the people decide. The supporters of Mrs. Chen then decided it's only fair to start their own recall effort. You would assume for valid and observable reasons, based on facts and data and not simply retribution. Again, to let people decide. Next is the opportunity for Mrs. Chen to make a public case for herself in council chambers and hear from her supporters. This is where the public was exposed to profanity-laced comments highlighted by the F-bomb. Hopefully children working on a civics lesson were not listening. Next came baseless ethics complaints with no evidence of any kind. Not sure what the rationale was. I guess just the optics of the word complaint. Next, we had a young man of 17 who came in to give a firsthand lesson in honesty, integrity, and character. If one does not have facts or evidence, you fabricate it to convince others. Mothers everywhere must be so proud. Aren't you glad courts are not run this way? I feel bad for anyone who decides based on false or fabricated information and does not do their homework. But I feel even worse for those who feel they must compromise their integrity and values to support someone. If you cannot support them in a rational, honest, and fact-based manner, then you might have some issues. If you see a pattern or theme to this behavior, starting with the social media, then you can probably connect the same dots as I have.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
And there are no others that have signed up to speak during this portion of the meeting. The rest of the requests will be for agenda item 6B during that public hearing.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. What is our next item, please?
So next will be agenda item 5, consent agenda.
Do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
I make a motion, we pass the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please vote. The motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Next agenda item, please.
Next is 6A. This is an application for a specific use permit to allow for a temporary auto repair major use within the general commercial zoning district, case number SUP 26-001. First will be your staff report, followed by applicant presentation, public hearing, and then ultimately consider action on ordinance O 2026-025.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ryan Wells. I'm the Director of Planning and Development Services here at the city. I'll be giving the staff presentation for the Maaco temporary auto repair specific use permit request. This is project ID SUP 26001. All right, so the description of this request is for the continuation of a use that currently exists at 2435 I-30. This is an annex type of property to the existing Maaco Rockwall facility on the opposite side of I-30. They have a contract with Amazon to service their delivery vans from a very large area, and they needed some additional space to intake and do a preliminary processing of those vans while capacity made itself available at their main facility on the south side of I-30. With this annex space, no heavy repairs being done, and any major repair activities are done over at the Maaco site across the highway. About 2 years ago, they secured a specific use permit that allowed them to temporarily use this site for the stated uses. At the time, they were working on developing another site in unincorporated Rockwall County, and the intent was to use this site for a period of time while they developed that site. Once that site were operational, they would end the use on this site and move everything to that new location. Everything would still be run through the Fate location, but that location in unincorporated Rockwall County would be that alternative annex site from what we see here. So over that period of time, work has continued to happen on the site in the existing buildings, storage outside, and the vans have been stored in designated areas on the property. Here's an aerial of the site. You can see again it's on the north side of I-30, just to the west of Spiral X, and to the east of Branded Customs. So this is a single lot with an existing metal structure, as you can see in the image. It's currently zoned general commercial, and that SUP allows them to work within the framework of auto repair major, which is what Maaco does. They do major auto repair because they do a lot of body work and painting. However, again, none of that major repair is happening on this site. And again, it's on the west I-30 frontage road, approximately 1,700 feet west of Ben Payne. So I'm not going to list these approval criteria, but for any specific use permit, we do have criteria that are found in Article 2 of the Unified Development Ordinance. In summary, staff have evaluated the continued request against these criteria and make findings as follows. Does their use meet the purpose of the zoning district? The general commercial zoning district is intended to support auto-oriented uses in general, and does support auto repair and service major, which is the use category, with a specific use permit. If somebody wanted to come in and actually establish a new auto repair, auto body use, they'd have to get a SUP, and that would actually be a permanent entitlement for that property. In this case, this is just temporary. Is the use compatible with surrounding uses? When We have auto uses to the east and to the west along the highway. And again, the use is not changing from what's existing in place right now. Does the use adequately mitigate traffic? We do have some site improvements included as a condition of approval on this continued SUP. Does the use contribute to enhance or promote quality of life? It does allow a long-standing business currently in Fate to continue their operation while, again, a more permanent site is built. I will reiterate that the intent of the use of this property is just as a holdover while another site is being constructed. We do have some conditions requiring the site to continue to be maintained just to help with the aesthetics and for it to not look too degraded. Is the use in scale with the existing neighborhood? There's no changes beyond what's currently there. And does it mitigate any adverse impacts due to access, parking, et cetera? And once again, site improvements are required as a condition. And I will say that the drop-offs, the large truck drop-offs of any of the Amazon vans is done at the Maaco site, and then those are brought over. They're not doing drop-offs directly at the site per the applicant. So we did do a public notice. First, we published the notice in the local newspaper. We also sent mailed notices to all properties within 200 feet of the subject property, which resulted in 6 mailings being done. As of this afternoon, we haven't received any written phone call or any types of responses, either for or against the proposal. Since this is a continuation of an existing site, we didn't run a fiscal analysis. Last month, the Planning and Zoning Commission took a look at this application and unanimously recommend approval with the following conditions. Number 1, fence screening shall stay up and be maintained in good condition during the term of the SUP as determined by the administrator, that's me. Condition number 2, site-related traffic shall not track mud, dirt, or debris from the subject property onto I-30. Should that tracking occur as determined by me, then the applicant would be required to place angular gravel or other appropriate base on the property to mitigate the tracking. And finally, number 3, the term of the SUP extension shall end on January 30th, 2028, or the date of the issuance of a certificate of occupancy or equivalent thereof for the off-site developments in unincorporated Rockwall or Hunt counties, whichever occurs first. And I'll explain this last one briefly. The applicant who is here tonight, and will have an opportunity to speak in a moment, owns a piece of property in unincorporated Rockwall County. They had some unforeseen delays on that project. So they went and bought a piece of property in Hunt County to try to make something happen within the existing term of the SUP, because they knew that the termination was coming up in July of this year. Seeing that that wasn't going to happen no matter what they tried, that's why they're coming for this SUP extension. So he's working on both of those properties, trying to figure out one of them, to get one of them to work. So that's why this condition references Rockwall and Hunt counties. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions from you, or the applicant is here for their statement.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Why 2 years? Why not, if we're close to extension, or close to another location, why would we not just do it for 1 year?
Sure. Well, we were pretty confident that the 2 years that were granted the first time around was going to be adequate. The applicant just had a series of delays in their negotiations with Rockwall County on development of the site in unincorporated Rockwall County. So none of us expect that it's going to be close to that 2 years, but just to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances to arise again, we wanted to give a lot of runway so that we can make sure that they get it done within that time frame.
Any other questions?
Have there been any complaints or infractions from about the business since they've been there doing this already?
Sure. When they first established, I did a couple drive-bys just to see how things were going, and there was some tracking of mud because there had just been a lot of rain. This was back in 2024. There was just a series of rain events that really brought a lot of rain to the site and just the region, and so there was some tracking. I did speak with the applicant, say, look, you can't. We're not requiring full site improvements because this is a temporary use, but you need to make sure you're mitigating this tracking a little bit better. So they came in and they fixed the area that was disrupted with the mud. Also, if you can see in one of those photos, they put up some fabric as a screen, which was an initial requirement. That hasn't held up too well just because of the wind, and it's not a really good fence in the first place. So he and I have been working on getting some better screening on that site so that it looks a little bit better from the highway.
So you'd consider they've been kind of a solid citizen?
Yeah, well, it's the owner of Maaco who's been, you know, a contributor to our community. I think he intends to do right by the city in using this site, but he also is, you know, looking out for making the right investments for his business so he can have success in the long term.
Any other comments or questions from council? Mr. Hatley.
Quick one. This is going to be tongue-in-cheek, I promise. When is it going to be changed to Maaco of Fate?
Yeah, you know, I've been asking him that for years, man.
Tongue-in-cheek, I promise.
All right, anything else? Okay, thank you. Council, any questions for Mr. Hollis?
Yeah, the Maaco Fate, I'm with you on that. When I get it, the address was Rockwall, and so that's why we put it, but I've never liked it. Anyway, I know it's mine, I can change it, but then changing it's a whole thing. But as Ryan had said, I agree with all the stipulations. They're the same as what we had before. I've made a lot of improvements to the property, and he said, I always try to do the right thing. In no way did we expect to be sitting here asking for an extension on this thing. So there was some significant challenges that I'm just very thankful that council at the time, I said, I just need it for 6 months. And council at the time said, well, we really don't want to have to go revisit this in a year. Why don't we do it in 2 years just in case? I'm like, okay, whatever. And now here we are, and I'm asking for an extension. So I do appreciate, you know, what the city has done to help me through this situation, and Ryan and the team. And I've followed everything that he told me to do, and I'll continue to do that. So any questions for me on it? Okay.
Doesn't look like it. I think we're good. Thank you very much. Okay, as this does have a public hearing portion, we'll open our public hearing at 6:29 p.m. Ms. Vicky, do we have anybody wishing to speak?
No, sir.
Okay, then we will close our public hearing at 6:29 p.m. Do I have a motion on this agenda item?
I make a motion that we pass ordinance number 0-2026-025.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next will be agenda item 6B. This is an application for a zoning change request from agriculture to planned development to develop a master planned community with single-family residential and school uses. Case ZR 25-012. First will be your staff report, followed by applicant presentation, public hearing, and then consider action on ordinance number 2026-026.
Okay, so this is the staff presentation for the Crenshaw Preserve Plan Development. This is project ID ZR 25012. All right, so this project entails a zoning change request from the existing zoning of agriculture to a planned development. The intent of this project is to create a large lot, single-family development over 696.6 acres, which currently comprised of 9 vacant lots. The concept plan included in your packet shows 460 single-family home sites that are 3/4 of an acre or more in size. The project identifies 7 phases to be developed over time. There are also 168 acres of open space, including 97.37 acres of floodplain, and the rest being floodplain boundary and other designated open space areas within the project. I will say, based on a question that was posed at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, I will just say now that the open spaces within the project are intended to be accessible to the public. The park and trail systems that they're showing in here are intended to be open to the public, other than the amenity center that requires controlled access. The project also shows 2 future school sites, including a middle and an elementary school within the Rockwall ISD service area, That's 51.6 acres of the total project area allocated to that use. Thus, this is actually a joint application between the developer and the Rockwall ISD because they own about 120 acres of that 696 acres subject to tonight's zoning consideration. There are also extensions of infrastructure throughout this development, including a northward extension of North Bend Payne, a westward extension of Prince Lane, an eastward extension of... I didn't push anything.
You don't
Eastward
have the
extension
whole
of
presentation
Yeah, let's go,
memorized?
let's do this. I don't know why this is restarting. This is weird. I'm not going to ad-lib. I'm just going to stand here awkwardly, I promise. Yeah. Nope. Can you enter the password for me, please? I remembered it at one point, but I rarely have to do it, so.
No worries.
Thanks, sir. Poor timing.
You know this means you have to start completely over, right?
Don't do that to these poor people. Okay, let's get back there. Michael, do you know where the presentations that I just had are? Maybe it's the wrong folder?
I'm not sure where you're at in the process. Let's start over.
This looks different than it was before.
Today is, okay, hang on a minute.
I can go put it back up there if I need to.
Dropbox hadn't started yet. Oh, dear. That's not it.
Can we just access the planning folder?
No. So the cloud storage has to synchronize and start.
Okay.
So until that starts, you can't access it.
I can go get it. Just synchronizing.
Okay, it's started.
Council, without objection, we'll take a 5-minute recess at 6:37. We'll check back in at 6:42.
That looks more like it now. Now they take a recess, now it's ready to go. Thank you.
Okay, it is 6:42. We'll reconvene. You may continue.
Looks like we're good to go. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. All right, so to revisit this slide, this project does bring infrastructure extensions with it, including a northern extension of North Bend Payne, western extension of Prince Lane, eastward extension of North Country Lane. In addition, there would be some new public water lines to serve the development. All of these sites, being 3/4 of an acre or larger, would be eligible for service by on-site septic systems under TCEQ regulations. So no sewer lines will be needed to serve any of these residential homes. However, the 2 school sites would at some point require the extension of sewer to serve those schools. There likely wouldn't be enough room for those schools, and probably wouldn't be a desire to serve those schools with on-site septic systems. There are also a number of touch points and connections with existing and planned infrastructure. You can see here, these are all the points of access for the development along the main collector roads that are either existing or planned to be developed with this project. I showed this one because there were some questions about it at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, but also just to show that one of the things that we look at in a subdivision is the level of interconnectivity and the number of access points and routes one can take to get into and through a neighborhood. That's for better circulation overall, also just for more efficient fire and police response should that need arise. So here's an aerial of the location. Again, the property is outlined in yellow. You can see that it's in the northwest corner of the city, all currently within the city limits. Now, because of the configuration orientation of the slide, I had to turn this 90 degrees on its side, so you can see the north is actually moving to the right side of the slide. But this is the anticipated layout of the project. This is the concept plan that was included with the plan development application. Again, it shows the phasing, 7 phases in all, and all of the public infrastructure. The applicant is here. They have a presentation that they'll give after mine, and they'll describe a little bit more about some of their concept design for the corridors and the access points. So once again, the concept plan itself shows 460 units in the layout on the right side of the screen. The language of the plan development allows for up to 500 units, should there be some updates and slight reconfigurations based on the civil engineering and platting phase of the project. So they're anticipating 460 units, but as they fine-tune the realities on the ground, there may be a little bit of adjustment. So the PD has a max of 500 units. The PD is based largely on the residential estate zoning district, which allows for a density of 1 unit per acre. It does have some customization. It isn't a one-for-one of all the standards for the RE zoning district, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But for the RE district, which would otherwise be an allowed zoning district for this area, that allows for 1 unit per acre. If this project were to develop 500 units, that would result in a density calculation of 0.72 units per acre, so a less dense project than the residential estate zoning would allow. The density shown in this concept plan of 460 units calculates into a density of 0.66 units per acre. So overall, this is a less dense development pattern than would be allowed in the residential estate zoning district, but more dense, of course, than would be allowed with the agricultural zoning district, which has a 5-acre minimum. So with the 0.75 acre plus lot sizes, the City of Fate follows TCEQ regulations for septic service, or OSSF, on-site septic facility. So we aren't subject to a 1 acre or 1.5 acre minimum. We are allowed by TCEQ to have a smaller lot size to be served by septic. But once again, there would be a public water line extension needed to serve this development. And right now, this property falls within the CCN boundary of the City of Fate and Mount Zion water. So once again, a CCN is basically just the area of service and obligation for a district or municipality to provide utilities. And because this project is within the CCN boundary of multiple utility providers, there would most likely be a CCN transfer or consolidation into the City of Fate's CCN boundary so that we would provide water to the entire project. A quick summary of the planned development residential development standards includes a maximum density of 1 unit per gross acre, a minimum lot size of 32,670 square feet or 3/4 of an acre. The minimum air-conditioned space for any residence on a lot would be 3,000 square feet. Maximum lot coverage is 35%, and that includes all buildings that will be erected on the site. There's a 30-foot front setback, a 20-foot rear setback, a 10 or 20-foot side yard setback, a 10-foot if it's an interior side yard next to another lot, 20-foot setback if it's against a road, and then there's a minimum 100-foot parcel width at the front setback line. So it could be a little skinnier when you're up against the right-of-way, but at that 30-foot front setback line, you have to have at least a minimum of 100 feet of parcel width. Just to give an idea of scale, the image on the right shows a 3/4 of an acre area overlaying a portion of the Wood Creek development, and then a 3,000 square foot box. You know, obviously a house would be a different configuration than that. But that doesn't include garages, it's air-conditioned space, so that would be the living area of a home. So that just kind of shows the scale of what these lots could potentially look like within the development. And as a comparison between the planned development standards and the residential estate development standards, you can see that some of the standards are rather similar and some are a little different. The front setback for the PD is 30 feet and the residential estate allows for 30 feet or 20 feet in some cases, but mostly it's 30 feet. The side setback for the PD is 10 feet for an interior lot line and 20 feet for a road adjacent lot line. In the residential estate standard, it's 10 feet and 15 feet respectively. The rear setback for the planned development is 20 feet. For residential estate, it's 10 feet. Again, that's just basically the back of the main house to the rear property line. That's the minimum distance that would be. Minimum lot size, again, is 3/4 of an acre for the PD, and residential estate has a 1 acre minimum. The lot coverage maximum is 35% versus 25%, and again, the minimum density in both cases is 1 dwelling unit per gross acre. Continuing with the residential PD standards, there are also upgraded garage design standards, building materials, and fencing requirements. There are also anti-monotony requirements. Now, we already have anti-monotony requirements in our code, which requires developers to basically not match the facade treatment of a home within 300 feet along a roadway. Because of the scale of this project, meaning we have 3/4 acre lots instead of 6,000 square foot lots, we worked with them to extend that anti-monotony to 600 feet. I don't expect that we'd have too much trouble anyway, but just to make sure that that would not be the case, it's a 600-foot anti-monotony buffer from any single home to another home that would have similar presentation on the facade. The PD also obligates them to at least 3 amenity nodes, some temporary and permanent signage standards, and standards for the Property Owners Association, which will be responsible for all the open space within the development. And again, that entire PD is the exhibit to your packet. The 2 Rockwell ISD school sites shown in the concept plan include a 36-acre middle school site, that's in yellow along 552, and a 15.5-acre elementary school site in blue further down Bend Payne. The construction timeline is to be determined based on recent conversation with RISD. It sounds like it would be quite a while before they're ready to kind of build out here, but it is on their long-term planning. They did buy the property and annex it into the city a couple of years ago with the intent to build schools out there at some point. And again, development of these school sites will require public water and sewer at the right time. So for a zoning case, we have 3 approval criteria, which we'll discuss now. First is whether the proposed zoning aligns with the comprehensive plan and other adopted plans. So this whole area, as shown in the yellow outline, but also shown as green, is part of the rural reserve place type from the 2021 Forward Fate Comprehensive Plan. The representative land use includes large lot single family, And PDs are allowed as a representative zoning, especially because it's a residential estate equivalent. That's one of the representative zonings for the Rural Reserve Comprehensive Plan place type. Again, there are also a significant amount of floodplains and open space being preserved, which equate to 24% of the total project area. This also shows extensions of public roads in alignment with the adopted master thoroughfare plan. As you can see on the image to the left, there's a connection of Prince Lane and Country Lane to the east and west, and then the northward extension of Ben Payne helps to complete the city's master thoroughfare plan to connect I-30 all the way up to 552 and beyond via Ben Payne Road. The second criterion is evaluating the proposal against the character of the surrounding neighborhood. So there's kind of a mix of uses around this property, including to the south, we have a number of existing single-family subdivisions, including Montera, which has lots ranging from 6,000 to 15,500 square feet in size. And then Wood Creek kind of to the southeast, with lots ranging from about 5,500 to a little over 11,000 square feet in size. Most of those lots are in the lower end of that range, but every once in a while you have just an odd-shaped lot that gets up into those higher numbers. Once again, the project density for the Crenshaw Preserve project is currently proposed at 0.66 dwelling units per acre, compared to Montera, which has a little over 3 dwelling units per acre, and Wood Creek 9A is a little over 4, almost 4.5 dwelling units per acre, and that's gross acre, meaning just the overall acreage of the project dividing the number of units. But to the north and to the kind of to the east of the property, we're seeing a lot more large lot residential and agricultural properties. So there is still a large amount of residential development in the 1 to 5 acre range, as well as a number of larger undeveloped parcels both within and outside of the Fate city limits. And the third criterion, any other factors required or allowed by Texas law and case law, other than the standard laws that we follow in processing this and the public notice and whatnot, there was nothing else that really required significant attention. So this being obviously a significant zoning case, we followed all the public noticing requirements, including publication in the local newspaper, posting of signs at various locations around the property, particularly in areas where the notice is visible from public rights-of-way, and then mailing of public notices to all properties within 200 feet of the boundary of the subject property. That resulted in 93 mailed letters sent prior to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. As of this afternoon, we've received 15 written responses to that notice, including a couple that were handed to me at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. All 15 of those responses were in opposition to this proposal. A summary of the public responses includes concerns about lacking details about the housing infrastructure and community impacts from the project, concerns about infrastructure and traffic, the loss of the green space and recreation, and concerns about loss of wildlife habitat, overall sentiment that this will create too crowded of a situation, desires to preserve farmland and agricultural character and to reconsider further development. In general, just basically, the sentiment was, let's just reconsider whether we're going to have any further development at all. There were concerns about increased traffic, noise, and crime, flooding, and other community impacts, opposition to more housing in the area, and a statement that they would prefer a park with trails and outdoor activities in lieu of the residential development, concerns about impacts on property values, and finally, a request for larger lot sizes within the development with a particular focus on the phases to the north of 552. So we did run a fiscal analysis on this development, as we do with any major zoning cases. We have a couple of different methodologies, and I'm not going to go into all the details. I'll just give you kind of the summary of the outputs. If you have questions about this, of course, I'll be happy to answer them. Per the developer, the project market value at build-out, which is down the road, it's a ways out, is about $736 million. with a year one build-out contribution to the city in the form of property taxes, online sales taxes, and franchise fees of about $1.5 million. The public road replacement cost allocated to this project is about $22.25 million. That does provide certain fractions of value on some of the main thoroughfares, which are generally serving a larger area of the city and not just the development. But again, the total public road replacement cost on this project is $22.2 million. And if we take that amount and divide it by 40, assuming a 40-year road life, then the annual public road cost to save up to repay that construction cost is $556,000 and change. So again, we have two methodologies to calculate the fiscal productivity of a project. One looks at the cost to serve the development by unit count, and then the other one is to the cost to serve the project by the area, the proportionate area of the project to the overall area of the city. In short, under the per unit method, the revenue to cost ratio is 2.69 to 1, meaning that for every dollar the city would spend serving this project, we would receive $2.69 in various forms of revenue. Under the proportionate area method, however, it's for every dollar that we would spend, we'd only receive 97 cents. Once we included the long-term road replacement cost for this project, that revenue to cost ratio for the per unit method goes down to $1.37 to 1, and the proportionate area method goes to 72 cents for every dollar that we would spend to serve it. And then over 40 years, again, because of the different methodologies, the per unit method shows a significant net gain of $36 million and change. If under the proportionate area method, it will be a loss of $24 million and change over a 40-year span. So when we look at these different methodologies, obviously there's a wide swing there. And so we kind of think about where in the middle that would probably go. Private to public ratio, meaning the ratio of private investment to the public dollars for infrastructure is 33.1 to 1. And if we took all the property taxes collected and threw it all back into road replacement funds, it would take 16 years to repay that initial road investment. I give this information to you and to the audience again as an opportunity for context and for education, for us to think thoughtfully about the land use decisions that we make. But I will reiterate that this information is not to serve as a basis for approval or denial of the project, as this is not a codified approval or denial criterion in the Unified Development Ordinance. After a presentation last month, the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval with conditions unanimously to the council, and the following conditions were brought to you tonight. Number one, the applicant will be required to provide a copy of the easement for the dam in Phase 6 for city records and include an easement boundary within the preliminary plat. There is a soil and water conservation district retention dam within the boundary of this project, and so there would need to be certain protections established in the plat for that facility. Number two, the original recommended condition that the Planning and Zoning Commission approved or recommended is as follows. Prior to approval of a preliminary plat, the architectural controls document identified in section 4.1 of the Crenshaw Preserve Plan Development District Development Regulation shall be attached as an exhibit to the signed Plan Development Ordinance. Following the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, I'm bringing a slight revision to that condition in red, which basically states that prior to signing and recording the Plan Development Ordinance, that document shall be added as an exhibit. That basically just means that that ordinance won't become effective until that architectural controls document, which is essentially the architectural CC&Rs that you would see on any development, would be attached, because the language within the PD basically replaces the standard architectural design requirements in Article 5 of the Unified Development Ordinance with the architectural controls document referenced in the PD. But we want to have that in place and approved and in the document before that would be recorded or signed and recorded. I apologize for the length of this one, but this is a very important condition, and I want to make sure that you have it in its entirety. Condition number 3 states that the northeasterly departure of North Smith Road from the existing right-of-way is not supported by the City of Fayette Master Thoroughfare Plan nor the Rockwell County Thoroughfare Plan. The preferred alternative for roadway improvements north of FM 552 is to follow the current alignment of North Smith Road with a smoothing out of the double 90-degree bend to match the design speeds and city design standards. A traffic impact analysis, or a TIA, shall be prepared for the project and submitted with the preliminary plat. Based on the findings of the TIA, the section of North Smith Road north of FM 552 may be a 4-lane or a 3-lane right-of-way. The preliminary plat shall show a road section that accommodates the findings from the TIA and meets the city's design criteria and construction standards. Should future discussions with the city, Rockwell County, and Collin County reach consensus on an alternative northern alignment, a concept plan amendment may be sought by the developer, sidebar that would have to come to council, to establish the northeasterly departure route as depicted in the concept plan, or a separate alignment resulting from the multi-jurisdictional discussion. Now, this is what I'm talking about. The image on the left is directly from a screenshot from our master thoroughfare plan, and highlighted you can see Ben Payne Road north of 552 turns into North Smith Road, and you can see it kind of just has a little bit of a gentle S-curve where that double 90 is currently. But in the image on the right from their concept plan, they show at that first 90-degree bend, the road is intended to go off to the northeast a bit, and that's just not something that's supported by our thoroughfare plan. So in the platting process, they would have to follow the master thoroughfare plan. Condition number 4, prior to approval of a preliminary plat, a development agreement shall be established between the City of Fayette and the applicant. This agreement shall identify the means by which the impact fee eligible public improvements will be compensated. This agreement shall also identify the scope, scale, and timing of improvements to connect the existing northern terminus of North Bend Payne Road, currently adjacent to Montera Phase 2, to the southern end of North Bend Payne as contemplated in Exhibit C of the proposed plan development. The agreement may include other terms beyond those listed therein. So real quickly, I want to show you here. On the left, again, is the master thoroughfare plan showing the connection of Ben Payne Road from 552 all the way down to I-30. Currently, at the southern end of where that red line is on the right, that's the existing terminus of North Bend Payne Road, adjacent to the second phase of Montera. Crenshaw Preserve would pick up Ben Payne at the northern end of that red line, leaving about a 14-plus foot long gap in North Bend Payne. And for our connectivity, for general circulation, for emergency response, we feel it's imperative for that gap to be, that connection to be made at a reasonable time. So that condition number 4 essentially obligates the developer to include the timing of that connection within the development agreement, and that's prior to them being able to submit a preliminary plat, which is the essential next step. If this plan development is even approved, that preliminary plat is the next ministerial step in this process. Condition 5, and the rest of the conditions are just some minor corrections to language in the PD. Condition 5 is that subsection 4F shall state that garages are subject to the side and rear yard setbacks of the appropriate district within the PD. Number 6 is that subsection 4K shall state that temporary signs shall be removed no later than the issuance of the final certificate of occupancy for the project phase within which the sign or lots referenced by the sign is or are located. And I will say just real quickly on the condition, since the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, we actually have met with the developer, the school district, the owner of the property within which this red section is located, and we're trying to start some dialogue about helping get this connection being facilitated. The last 3 conditions are as follows. Number 7, subsection 4P shall state that a floodplain study shall be submitted prior to or with the preliminary plat. Condition 8, all cul-de-sacs shall include a bulb meeting the design requirements found in the Fayette design criteria and construction standards. And finally, number 9, changes to the concept plan, preliminary plat, or final plat may occur based on the results of special studies and civil engineering plan review. These changes will not require a formal concept plan amendment as long as the changes are those limited to responses to the special studies and civil engineering plan review, subject to the discretion of the administrator. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions now or later.
All right, questions from council? Mr. Harper.
A couple questions, Ryan. Why would we allow 500 homes if we know that they're going to fall below the 3/4 of an acre if they do that? Go, in your presentation.
Oh, yeah. I see your question. They would not fall under 3/4 of an acre, despite, no matter what the number of units would be capped by that 500. And I think that's just a buffer that they're putting in. I don't see them being able to put 500 homes here.
Good.
But I will say, in the PD, there's also a 3/4 acre minimum lot size, and that cannot be breached. So that is the minimum any lot would be able to be. So for example, here's a scenario where they might add more lots. If the school district decides they don't need all 50 acres for that middle school, they might be able to throw a couple more lots in there. But I don't anticipate major changes of the configuration of this concept plan, nor do I anticipate a lot more lots being added. But nonetheless, the PD also sets out the design standards for each of the lots, meaning the setbacks, the lot width requirements, and the minimum lot size, and the density cannot be breached even if they add more lots.
Okay. All right. And then the second question is, who would pay for that 14-foot section?
1,400-foot section.
I'm sorry, 1,400, I thought you said 14-foot, but a 1,400-foot section.
It may have been a slip of the tongue, but it's.
Okay, I was like, well,
it's
I thought he said 14 foot.
I'll pay for that, man, jeez. No.
Careful what you ask for.
I know. No, it's 1,400 feet, just to be clear. That's based on like a Google measurement. We actually, more recently, did get the preliminary drawings from the developer of Montera. They are actually the owner of that property. That property was preliminary platted, but they're not intending to proceed with the development of the final phase anytime soon. So in the meantime, we got to figure out how that's going to work. And that's going to be where that development agreement falls into place. The school district is a stakeholder, the city is a stakeholder, Wynn Jackson is a stakeholder, the developer is a stakeholder. There's a lot of people who have a stake in that, and that's going to be the topic of that negotiation, ultimately that development agreement.
Okay, thanks.
More questions? Ms. Chin?
Yeah. My question, you talked about under your recommended conditions, I think it was condition number 4, and it was regarding the completion of bin paying. Do we know when that is scheduled to be completed? And would this development change that timeline in any significant way?
I could probably say pretty confidently that if this development doesn't come in, the timeline of us building North Bend Payne, north of its existing terminus, is uncertain at best. It is in the city's master thoroughfare plan, but the city simply doesn't have the funds right now, or probably won't for a while, to go out and build it on our own. So this project actually precipitates the development of North Bend Payne up to 552 and beyond.
Okay, and so would they be required to complete that portion of it before they got started? Is that part of the
You mean the gap?
development
You're talking
agreement?
about the gap?
Right, that, and I mean, the reason why I'm asking is we have a plan for a middle school, it looks like, and the way that, if you're familiar with the way that Rockwall ISD does this, if it's an elementary school, it's kind of embedded in the neighborhood, but if it's a middle school, it's, the traffic is going to be on that main road. So my concern is the traffic on Ben Payne, being able to support, all the new people that are going to be there and the people that we already have, plus school traffic from a middle school,
Right.
obviously. So
Yeah, so again, because there are so many players in that development, the development agreement, which is required before the preliminary plat can even be submitted, will need to identify that timeline. And again, because the school district is going to want to have that in place before they open a middle school, I think that just off the cuff, back to the napkin, I think that the first couple phases of this development would probably be fine to take 552 as their primary access and Prince Lane, because there are going to be 2 points of access there. But overall, and again, we're going to rely on the traffic impact analysis to really analyze that more quantitatively. I think at some point we will trigger when that connection needs to happen, and that's going to be outlined in that development agreement, obligating the developer to work with the city to make that happen.
and when you say work with, does that mean that they would be funding it or that the city would be funding
So
it?
the developer would ultimately be responsible. However, the city has tools, including impact fee,
Right.
credits, and other things like that. So I think we would be a party, because ultimately our community benefits from the construction of that road.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be just solely on them. The city would come to the table, possibly other parties would come to the table, and that's what we would be negotiating in that development agreement.
Okay, thank you.
One more, so Ben Payne is a concern of mine as well, and here's the concern. We get 2 phases, something happens to the market, they stop building, and now we got a whole bunch of extra homes and a crappy road that is going to be there for some existing period of time. So I really think it's important that we, Ben Payne is potentially going to be our feeder from I-30 to get all the way from one end of the Fate to the other. And if we don't finish it before these are built, then we're going to be stuck. So that's just a concern that I have about, again, hopefully nothing goes bust, but things do happen, so.
Mr. Hatley.
I have a lot of the same concerns as that have been mentioned, but several other people have mentioned to me, I've had a couple of phone calls and some emails. What pulled them off of the 1 acre minimum besides money?
Well, that's an easy assumption to make.
Yeah.
In my discussions with him, primarily it's the fact that about a quarter of the entire acreage is consumed by open space and floodplain. And so for just, there is a little bit of a way to saying, yeah, it's money to make the project pencil, the fact that they're taking down the acreage that they are, but a lot of that acreage is tied up in undevelopable land. They tried to find the balance of large, higher end lots, but also being able to fit enough that the significant infrastructure costs, because they would be on the hook to build Ben Payne, to build Prince Lane, Country Lane, and all the local roads. That's out of their pocket. They need, from what they told me, and you can ask him yourself when he comes up for the presentation, is that basically that's what makes the project work overall.
On that one. And I know I had a few people that reached out to me about the wildlife that are there. What, obviously.
There's wildlife everywhere.
Yeah.
There's, as far as I know, and that's not, honestly, that's not something that's in our code.
Right.
I love wildlife, I love open spaces, but we don't have any policies that require us, other than federal policies, to make land use decision based on whether there's wildlife somewhere or not. If there were any known sensitive areas, I do look at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Sensitive Areas maps when we look at these things. Other than the preservation of the open space in riparian corridors, which are primarily where the wildlife use for their thoroughfares, there's no known real sensitive areas other than observed coyotes, roadrunners, songbirds, and things like that.
How would they feel that if we put a condition on there that the minimum lot sizes had to be 1 acre?
You're welcome to ask him that question. I'm just stating the facts.
No, I was going to say,
I'm not
as per
going to
the comp
speak.
plan.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak for the developer on that.
Okay.
Ms. Huffman.
Well, I took my light off because I was
Oh.
asking the same questions, because I did hear from residents who would much prefer 1 acre lots north of 552 for all the reasons Mr. Halley said.
Yeah, we had a number of public speakers at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting express that desire.
Mr. Kelly.
Ryan, you had mentioned, as it relates to the CCNs for water, that you assumed that it would be brought into the city. Is it actually going to be city-fed water?
It will be city water. Yeah, there's a state policy, and the applicant can explain it better than I can. Once the property is over a certain size or has a certain number of units, the developer has the option to change the CCN boundary rather than it being a negotiation. So he stated at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting that he would go through the process of consolidating all under the city's water CCN.
Okay. Does that need to be a condition or?
That's just a fact on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second question I have is it relates to the number of responses against the development. It does not spur, based on where those come from, it's not spurring any changes to our normal voting practice requiring a supermajority, is it? As far as the area that responses came from?
No. It doesn't. Most of the comments were from the Lydia Lane.
Okay.
And to be honest, I didn't calculate it, but it wasn't any of the large property owners other than one that commented, and that's the property just to the east of North Smith Road.
Okay.
So to be honest, I did fail to calculate that. So it's possible that we might need to look into that some, I'm afraid.
Okay. The last question I have is related to the PD. And I read through a lot of the design standards as it relates to what's being built there. But what else is in there that's going to guarantee that the value of the homes that are being talked about are pretty significant value?
Yeah.
I saw a lot of references to the garages, garage doors, stuff like that. But what else can be put in there to ensure that the quality of and I'm not questioning the developer. I've seen what he's done throughout the rest of the county. He's built some phenomenal stuff. But there's always the possibility this could sell down the road. So what can be put in place to guarantee that the quality of the home there is going to drive and warrant the value that's being currently talked about? How can we dial that in a little bit more?
Sure, and maybe the developer could speak to that a little bit too, but just from our perspective, the fact that it has a 3,000 square foot air conditioned minimum, I mean, somebody who's gonna build a house of that size is gonna likely build to a certain quality. 3/4 of an acre lots already have a premium value of their own, so somebody who's gonna buy that parcel to develop a home on it is most likely they're gonna be shelling out a lot of money just to take ownership of that parcel, and they're gonna need to recover their money through a higher quality development. And again, those design standards will have masonry requirements. They will have, overall architectural controls that will be a part of the ordinance to make sure that they have a higher quality. Once again, we don't have the ability to regulate building materials as a city through ordinance. But those building materials will be included in the development agreement,
Right.
as well as the architectural controls that the developer is voluntarily putting in and we adding as an exhibit.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Chen?
And this may be a question for the applicant, I'm not sure, but is there a plan for there to be a natural progression from 3/4 lots to larger lots as it goes north, or are they all just standard 3/4?
The concept plan generally covers, is generally consistent with 3/4 plus acre lots. And I say plus because it's the general configuration of the lots. Some will be naturally closer to an acre. But no, there isn't like a progression. It's all pretty
So
consistent.
most of them are
across
pretty
the development.
consistently 3/4 of an acre?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Manival?
This is probably something that's going to be shown in the applicant presentation, but will we be hopefully seeing some plans for the open areas?
Yes, that's something he will be showing.
Looking forward. Thank you.
I have a question. So of the 168 acres that is considered green space, can you tell me again, just I'm making notes here, how much of that is inaccessible land that is going to be green space because it has to be green space versus usable?
Well, I will say that for the type of programming that they're indicating in their presentation, the 168 acres is the open space, 97 acres of that is floodplain. But floodplain is cut off from development of single-family homes, but it's not cut off from development of trail systems, of passive open space, of landscaped areas. You just can't build a structure in the floodplain. So I would expect that a great deal of that, as one of the exhibits does show the Parks and Trails master plan, or a plan for the concept. It shows a pretty extensive trail system, and a lot of that is within the floodplain because we do allow development of trails within the floodplain.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Ryan Joyce, 767 Justin Road, Rockwall, Texas, 75087. Let's hope this is the right one. I've got to back up here just in case. But I wanted to take a few moments before I got started this evening and introduce myself, my company, my team, many of which are here tonight. Like I said, my name is Ryan Joyce. I'm the owner of Maaco Joyce Properties. We're a small family-run development company based in Rockwall. Our office is right over there next to the CAD building off of Justin Road. We have 5 employees there in our office, majority of which are also Rockwall County residents. And so we're excited and we're blessed that we're able to run that business there. My wife and I are very heavily involved in the community. I think she sits on about 4 different PTO boards. I've been heavily involved with everything from Cub Scouts to youth sports to the Rockwall leadership class and several philanthropic endeavors here within the county. So we are very much involved in this county. Our partners in this project are Brett Pedigo and Bobby Harrell with Terramana Land. They are based out of Dallas, but this will actually be the 3rd project in Rockwall County that we've worked on together. We are currently finishing up a project in the city of Rockwall called the Terraces. And then we also just completed infrastructure on a development down in the city of Heath called Bristol Valley, which is all 1 acre and half-acre lots down there. So also with us tonight, we have Mr. Zach Butler, a graduate of Rockwall High School. He's our broker on this project. He is a lifelong Rockwall resident, K through 12 in Rockwall ISD, played baseball, and is also just a great community member and a great family man that lives here. So we're excited for our team. We're excited that we're part of Rockwall County, and we're excited to show you guys what we have this evening. And here we go. So Mr. Wells talked a lot about the technical aspect. I wanted to kind of shift up. It's been a little bit since we've been at our work session back in August. This is a large piece of property and a lot of details that we had to kind of work through. And so we really wanted to do everything we can to get this project right from the get-go. So that's why it's been so long since we had our work session. But this photo here just kind of shows, this slide here shows our design theme throughout the neighborhood. You can see in the upper right-hand picture some of the passive open spaces there around the waterways. But this also shows kind of our architectural inspiration for the product or for the project. A lot of the materials we expect to see, what you could kind of feel walking through one of the trails there in the lower left-hand photo, and just overall, the overall general feel for the community as you drive through it. This next slide, so the upper 2 pictures are kind of, and we'll show some other representative photos from our home building partners a little bit later, but these top 2 pictures are just really kind of some architectural details around what we would expect to see and what we'd expect the product to look like. As far as landscaping goes, you can see here in this middle run of pictures, we're really looking for a native landscape, and we'll show a little bit more detail in that a little bit later as well. But you can see a representative photo there in the middle left of a very large divided median. That's going to be Ben Payne Road that runs north and south through the project. And so our goal at the end of this project is that all of our open space has very little manicured areas, and all of our non-manicured areas don't require any irrigation. So very water-friendly, water-wise planting, using native plants, native grasses to curate those spaces. As far as our hardscape feature goes, you can see on these lower 3 representative photos, we really want to bring in natural materials to this development. We don't want this to look commercialized. We want this to look like this has been here for a long time, hence the name, the preserve, or Crenshaw Preserve, which is the lake there on the north side of 552. As we do look at some of our amenities and programming areas, you can see kind of the trail again on the lower left, these passive grass areas to really accentuate some of the landscape areas, just to show that the nativeness behind the particular property itself. The lower middle and lower right photos, again, those are representative photos, just utilizing natural materials. You don't see a lot of steel products or that you would see in a lot of park areas. Normally, we're not picking things out of a catalog with this particular development and just having stuff delivered. We're really trying to pay close attention to preserving the natural aspects and the native sense of the property. This upper left one is probably my favorite picture. So this is a representative photo of one of our playground areas. This is a very natural kind of climbing centric playground feature. A lot of different kind of aspects to this particular play area, balance beams, climbing rocks, things that are very active, but again, utilizing natural materials. Obviously, we have a very large lake on the northern side, so we'll heavily amenitize that with fishing docks and trails. And you can see here on the lower right kind of a sitting area with the fire pit. Some of these areas we want to be destinations where homeowners could take their family and a bottle of wine and sit around a fire and watch the sunset there off to the west. So I did want to kind of walk through the overall concept plan just a little bit. You can see here all of our streets are very curvilinear. There's not a lot of straight roads in this development anywhere, and there's purpose behind that. Our idea and our thought as you drive through this neighborhood is that you're not going to see more than four or five houses on either side of the street at any given time. This really opens it up. It really gives them a rural feel as you drive through, and it really makes give it the overall sense that you're driving through a much larger community or much larger home sites than what they are. And 3/4 of an acre are still pretty big, and we'll show some more about that as well. You can see the two school sites here. I know there's a question about Ben Payne Road. So our intent with Ben Payne Road is to build that in phases. So we're going to be starting on 552 on the east side of Ben Payne Road and heading south. And so we've worked our site plan where we have 2 points of access all the way through. That's 3 phases on the east side of Ben Payne Road. So by the time we complete our 3rd phase, that north-south connection will be available for Ben Payne. As we build the phases on the west side of Ben Payne Road, then we'll come back up the west side of that divided roadway and get those other 2 lanes built. So within the first 3 phases, 2 lanes of Ben Payne will be built, and then as we finish up on the west side, coming back to the north, the other 2 lanes of Ben Payne will be built. Those first 3 phases, we do have smaller phase sizes because these are larger lots. They're at a more expensive price point. The home values are north of $1 million to start. We do anticipate this being a slower development, or so those phase sizes are much smaller, anywhere from 75 to 85 lots. So I know there's a question of what happens if the market tanks, and we are all knocking on wood that doesn't happen. But you're not looking at a lot of lots with phase 1 and phase 2, only about 150 total lots in those 2 phases. If we do have to hit the pause button a little bit, we're making a sizable investment in the property itself. So however that plays out, we'll definitely have to kind of work through those metrics. But you're protected as a city, and there's only 150 lots there in the first 2 phases before that Ben Payne connection is ultimately made. Mr. Wells talked a little bit about our trail plan, but this is another kind of blown up view of our trail plan here. And you see 3 different types of trail on this plan. The purple trails, those are all 8-foot concrete trails. And so we have those that run the complete width or complete height of the property from north to south, all the way from the southern portion where Ben Payne comes in, all the way to the northern side of the property, even crossing 552 there. We'll have an 8-foot trail. We also have an 8-foot trail that runs east and west for the property that ties into Prince Lane and then meanders over to the gas line easement and then runs along the gas line easement over to our western boundary. The yellow trails are all 6-foot concrete trails. These are just accessory trails that we have throughout the neighborhood to provide connectivity for the residents. And then we have soft trails as well. So I know there's a question about accessing the open spaces. You can see those soft trails really through here, kind of down around the lake. We've got some soft trails down around this lake on our southern side as well. And so those are trails that are accessible by walking, biking, and they could be made of just dirt materials like you'd see in a state park, where you go out hiking in a state park. or they could have some sort of substrate to them, but it's not a true concrete trail like you would see right over here in the park across from City Hall. As far as this is our tree preservation plan. So, and if you look closely at the underlying, a lot of this property is agricultural. A lot of it is grazed property with cattle. It is all currently, does have an ag exemption for cattle production on the property. So the entire property is currently being utilized with cattle on it. But these areas that are highlighted in green are mostly where the trees are out on the property. There's a couple small little clumps of trees throughout, but for the most part, these riparian corridors are all going to be preserved. That is where a lot of your native wildlife likes to utilize and likes to spend their time. And so I do have a riparian corridor back behind my house, and we hear coyotes all the time right back there, and it's kind of fun to sit on the back patio and listen to them. So we are looking to preserve those areas for the wildlife. Additionally, our environmental analysis on the property showed that there's no endangered species or anything like that there. That is part of the environmental process that we go through with our initial due diligence studies. This slide here is going to show kind of our main corridor. This is Ben Payne Road, and really wanted to kind of show you the elevation changes to the property with this particular slide. And so the top part of the slide kind of follows Ben Payne Road as it runs north and south, with north being over to the right of your screen. But you can see we have quite a bit of elevation change within the property. So our goal with this development is essentially to lay the development over the top of the existing topography. We want to try to preserve and maintain that topography, because you can see it really is fairly unique within the city to have this much elevation change across a property. So heavily landscaped Ben Payne Road, and not a typical street that you see in other developments. I mean, this is has very wide medians. It gets wider in some points. It comes back together in other points. But heavily landscaped, heavily treed, grasses, again, just super native vegetation, and really something that we think is going to be very beautiful. We've got a couple of primary entry points, which you can see with the red circles there, and then some secondary entry points there with the orange circles. This is our primary entry feature that you'll see on both the southern and on 552 as you turn into the development. Again, this is a fairly substantial entry monumentation. You can see a couple of people there in the photo just for some representation, but those letters are from the ground level. The entry letters are going to be in north of 10 feet tall. So very sizable entrance, not backlit, but backdropped with vegetation. So very beautiful entry as you come in. Our secondary entry points, you can see utilizing natural stone. These are all large format stones. So you're talking 2 feet tall by 3 or 4 feet long. Massive dry stack stones. We want this to feel like these are materials that were harvested from the property and set there in place. And so all large format stonework there. Dry stack, you can see that main stone where the logo is at is one massive slab of stone. So this is just another entry rendering of the entry monument. And then we wanted to kind of just get some overall feel for landscaping. So you can see, there are some manicured spaces, but not a lot, especially if you look in the pictures there on the top row. You do have some areas that are manicured, but just a lot of native grasses intertwined in there. And Mesa has done a great job in putting this together for us. Joe Steffes, one of their principals, is also a resident of Rockwall County. But they have a great program where they bring these grasses in, and it's actually all hand-maintained for the first 3 years. All the weeds are hand-pulled out of it in order to get that weed grasses out and allow this native grass to flourish. As far as representative photos, so these are some of the building partners that we've been talking to about this particular development. You can see some photos of their houses here. There was a question about maintaining the values. I mean, this has a minimum conditioned square footage of 3,000 feet, which is going to put your under roof square footage somewhere around 4,000 square feet under roof. Currently, building prices are about $200 a square foot under roof, and so you're looking at about an $800,000 house on top of what the lot cost, and that's to start for the minimum. So just in the minimum, you're looking at home values anywhere from $1.1 to $1.2 million, and then just going up from there. And those are today's prices. We all know that housing prices are going up, and they're not really stopping. So in 10 years or so, that price is just going to be elevated even further. So I know that 460, 470 lots, it sounds like a lot, but we're not doing that today. We're not doing that tomorrow. We do have, I mean, this is a fairly extensive project. It's a very long project, and so I wanted to kind of show y'all a little bit of a timeline here. We've adjusted this timeline for the dates. And so if we were to get approval tonight, which we are asking for approval tonight, we have gone through all of staff's recommendations. We are in agreement with all of their recommendations, but we would be looking to break ground sometime early next year, which would put your first homeowners within the development of that first phase, which is only about 75 or 80 lots total. But your first homeowners wouldn't move in until sometime around May of 2029, with your complete build out of phase one sometime around February 2031. Ultimate build out for the entire project, you're looking at sometime around 2040. So again, this is a very long project, 15 to 18 years total to build this project out. And I do apologize, I kind of skipped over this slide because I'd already mentioned the timeline, but we did kind of take a look at our most dense area that we have within the development. So we took an 8 acres area, and we just included a little bit of roads there, but in our 8 acres, there's 9 lots within that 8 acres. And then if you look at a section of Wood Creek there's 46 lots in that same 8 acres. So very low dense project, very low dense development, which is what this area is intended for and what the future land use plan shows for this area. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys may have, and I thank you for your time this evening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Joyce. Questions from council, Mr. Harper?
Yeah, could you flip back one slide? I got a concern. So when we saw Ryan's presentation, it said 460 homes. One more slide, please. Go back one.
Yes, sir.
And this slide says 484 total lots. Can you see up in the left corner there?
Yes, sir. And I think Ryan kind of hit it right on the head. So we've gone through several renditions of the concept plan over the past 7 months since we were first here at the work session. Right now, we are sitting at 460 lots, so that 470 is just a carryover number. But we still have engineering that we have to do. As Ryan said, we still have the school district to work things through and ultimately what they want to have there. And so that's why we kind of added about an 8% buffer to the ultimate PD. None of our lots will be allowed to go below the minimum square footage. We understand that. The way we have it laid out right now is right at about 460 lots.
Okay. There was just a discrepancy in the number. Every time I looked at the slide, it said something different. So
ultimately, the PD will control that, and so no more than 500 lots total within the development. But they do have those size requirements that they have to meet regardless.
Okay. And then the other question that I had is, we talked about bin paying, and you talked about the fact that it would not be, the second part of it wouldn't be finished out until phase 3. That looks like sometime 2033 and beyond. So that's a long time to go with. Go back to your timeline real quick, if you would, please.
Sure.
So it's at least 2031 before you finish phase 1. At what point did you think you were going to start building bin paying?
So if you'll see, right, whenever our first homeowners move in with phase 1, we'll break ground on phase 2. Typically, as we're finishing out as we're finishing the public infrastructure on a phase, we've already started the next phase and we've already started the engineering process there. You're absolutely right. I mean, it's probably going to be, before we break ground on Phase 3, it's probably going to be sometime in about 6 years before we break ground on Phase 3. There's a lot of, that Ben Payne Road is expensive. It's a big road. There's a lot of infrastructure costs that we have to cover, and interest rates are not super favorable right now, so it's hard for us to go put in a whole bunch of infrastructure if we don't have a retail product to sell to cover those expenses.
And I understand that, and I mean, when I got on the council, it was $1.8 million a lane mile. Now it's 3 point something a lane mile, and in
Yes, sir.
6 years, it's going to be $10 million a lane mile, whatever that may be.
I hope not.
So where is it that you plan on starting, like which, on this timeline, where is it you're going to start connecting Ben Payne? That's the question I guess I asked that I don't think you answered.
The connection to the south?
Yes.
So our Phase 2 comes down to right here, to where this road ties into Ben Payne. So Phase 1 essentially comes over here to the gas line, and then comes, everything north of the gas line is in Phase 1, and then everything down to this particular spot right here is within Phase 2. So this is our Phase 2 area right here, and then our Phase 3 area picks up back over here. So our first segment of Big Payne will be from 552 to the gas line. Our second segment of Big Ben Payne will be from the gas line down to our Phase 2, and then where our Phase 2 ends, we'll pick up Phase 3 and make that connection to the south of Ben Payne. So it'll be completed in 3 segments.
So basically, the road won't be usable until the end. I mean, it'll be usable in between your property, but someone can't exit I-30 on Ben Payne and drive all the way up to the end of your property. Is that correct?
Not until we complete Phase 3, that is
Okay.
correct.
All right, thank you.
And would
I
Prince
didn't mean to
Road
cut
be
you
the
off.
same?
I'm sorry,
Sorry.
Mark. I didn't mean to cut you off if you had more to add.
No, I was just gonna mention, I mean, when you look at development there off of 552 or any development in this area, they're really the people that are gonna be not put out, but the people that are gonna be affected by that connection point are only gonna be residents within the development. The schools are both several years out. Current Rockwall ISD projections for the next middle school is going to be on the south side, as well as 2 elementary schools. So these particular schools won't be any part of a bond package for the ISD for at least 7 years, if not a little bit longer. So their projections have really slowed down on the north side. And this particular development, when that connection actually finally does happen, there's, the ISD only calculates 0.5 students per rooftop. So with the first 2 phases, you got about 150 homes. You're only looking at about 75 to 90 students total. And currently, the ISD has capacity on elementary schools on the north side. I know Stevenson is a little overcrowded right now, but as you shift into Hayes and I just drew a blank on the elementary school there in Stone Creek. And my kids used to go there, but those elementary schools there on the north side do have some capacity in case some shifting around has to happen.
Okay,
So,
all right, thank you.
yes, sir.
Ms. Huffman?
Sorry, I was going to ask you about the Prince Road connection as well. So that's not going to happen until further into your phases.
Prince Road connection will actually happen with Phase 2.
Okay.
So our Phase 2 does include the Prince Lane as it comes in, and we've broken Prince Lane up. The thoroughfare plan just shows a straight shot east and west. We've actually broken it up in order to just provide a little bit different view as you drive through it. So,
My other question would be more about trees, because you showed us some very nice pictures of what your renderings are, but as you're putting in your trees, they don't look quite that nice and mature when they first go in. So I'm hoping that you would be able to put in something that's relatively mature, but also in your documentation, it just mentions essentially 4 trees per property, and that on a 3/4 acre, sort of required in the building process, 2 in the front, 2 in the back, and I was a little disappointed by that, thinking it's a much more luxurious rural feel when there are more trees than that. So.
Well, so there's actually been some studies by Texas A&M that show that trees that are put in a 4-inch caliper tree actually grows faster and is a healthier, hardier tree than if you put in an 8 or a 10-inch caliper tree. Once a tree gets over about 4 inches in caliper, it is very finicky to the type of soil that it's been growing in. And so when you transplant that tree, it actually stunts the growth of it. And I've experienced this firsthand. I've got some trees that we planted at Northgate. I said, hey, I want big trees at my entryway. We put in 8-inch caliper trees, and that was back in 2020, and they really haven't grown since 2020. They've added a little bit, but if you look at some of the other trees there along 549, they've actually exceeded those 6-inch trees that we put in there at the entryway. So younger trees are able to adapt better to being transplanted, and so within time, those trees ultimately grow larger and faster. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Kelly.
Brian, I'm going to come back to Ben Payne, because it's a concern of mine too, and I understand the impact as it relates to the homeowners and the community, and that they'll understand what that phasing looks like. My concern is going to be, and I know you're saying the school district doesn't have any plans right now, but the school district can change plans pretty quick. So I'm probably going to ask for a condition to have the Ben Payne connection done. If not through your phasing, if a school gets done, the elementary school is built earlier than what you're building out, to have that Ben Payne done to facilitate movement of students from Montara and the Wood Creek section would go over to you. Is that going to be an issue?
So our east-west connection with Prince Lane does provide connectivity to Wood Creek. Now, we do have an obligation with the school district to provide the infrastructure and connectivity for them by the time that they were to build any schools on that site. So we have to provide them with site-ready schools with the infrastructure in place. So that's already part of our agreement with the school district. And so if there were to be a condition that says that the Ben Payne connection has to be made prior to a school breaking ground or anything like that, I don't think that we would have.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Manival.
One issue that comes up a lot with residents here in Fate is when we bring in more residents, it increases traffic. And we've talked about the building of the roads in the development, but if you bring a whole bunch of people into a community, they're not just driving on those roads, the community, the neighborhood streets. And we've got 2 major state highways that they're always brought up as what's going to happen. State Highway 66 and 551. And people that are living in this neighborhood are going to have to use those streets, those highways too, to get to where they want things that they want, like Lafayette Crossing and where we have Fresh. And I've only been in this area, moved from Garland, but been here less than 4 years, and I've just been amazed at how behind the roads are. And I thought, well, I'm going to see dirt flying soon, and what I found out, it's not going to be that soon. And I just wondered, you haven't just built in this area, you've built in other areas. I just wonder, do you work with the state at all to, have any kind of contact with TxDOT to see about bringing roads on any faster in the areas that you build in?
So I know that TxDOT is currently waiting on some finalized utility relocations for the expansion of 552 all the way to John King, or all that right-of-way has been acquired. So the 552 expansion, I would anticipate would come sometime here within the next 4 years. Now it is TxDOT, so who knows how that happens, and there are relationships there that the counties and the cities have to lean on, and so how that ultimately plays out, we don't know. As far as 66 goes, I think a lot of the cities that have 66 that run through them have been asking for years what's going to happen with 66. I know especially over in Rockwall, they've been asking there for a long time because it actually shows a realignment of 66 as it currently goes. So I don't know what TxDOT's plans are for 66. I do know that the city and the county have been talking about completing Ben Payne south of 66 all the way down to the interstate, and there is a new interstate interchange coming right there at Ben Payne and I-30. So that's going to really, I feel, going to relieve a lot of traffic because it gives people from Wood Creek and even the Lafayette Crossing entrance as Wood Creek Boulevard comes on down to 30 as well. So I think there's been a lot of great work that's been done over the past years to help relieve some of that traffic. But as you can see here on this slide, I mean, we're a fifth of what some of the other areas are. So a very low dense neighborhood that, yes, it's going to add traffic, but I feel like that traffic amount is probably going to be fairly insignificant given some of what the surrounding communities have.
Okay. Are you wanting to speak, Mr. Hatley? Go ahead.
I was just going to bring up the minimum lot size. When you lowered it to 3/4 of an acre, a lot of the pushback I'm getting from people in the surrounding areas is that minimum lot size. They want to stick with the 1 acre that's in the comp plan. How married are you to the minimum of 3/4?
We've been married for 54 years, 746 hours, and we're pretty married to it.
Yeah.
You know, when we look at the amount of infrastructure that we have, including Ben Payne Road, north and south, Prince Lane Road, and just bringing a sense of elevated upscaleness to the particular development itself. I mean, you really have to weigh all the parameters and ultimately come up with a number of lots that in the long term pays for the improvements that we're putting in. So it really is a mathematical equation for us. You know, one thing throughout all of our meetings with the city and one thing we talked about, you know, there really is no transition from Montera into our development. You have 60 and 70, some 80-foot lots there in Montera, and then you cross a line and you immediately go to 3/4 to 1 acre lots within our development. So I feel like we've kind of always been at 3/4 acre lots, you know, and when you look at the benefit to going to a 1 acre lot, I don't really feel like there's a lot there. It's really hard to tell the difference between a 3/4 and a 1 acre, or even a 1 acre and an acre and a half, and you can tell that right across the street. I mean, unless you're looking at an aerial driving through a neighborhood, you can't tell, especially in Northgate across the street, you can't tell a 1 acre from an acre and a half, and they're right across the street from each other. So I feel like as you drive through it, as we've spread things out, as we add the curved linear, I don't think you'd notice a difference between a 1 acre and a 3/4 acre lot.
I just remembered when you gave the presentation, I'm not sure what you gave the presentation last year.
Yes, sir.
That there were fewer of the 3/4 acre lots, and there were going to be more of the ones. Am I misremembering that?
I don't want to say you're misremembering, but we've kind of always had this particular layout, this particular lot size has always been kind of our primary direction. We have had to make some changes based on waters of the U.S. and had to reconfigure some stuff. So all of our lots are not exactly 3/4 of an acre. We do have a variety of sizes. We just have a minimum of 3/4 of an acre.
What percentage would you say? Because I remember they were talking about the 3/4 acres were trying to fit a certain type of the land that you had left, a certain shape to kind of fit into an area.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of play a balancing game there, and if we look, if we look here at this slide here, I mean, you know, we could have easily, so the dark lines that you see here are the actual floodplain lines within the development, and so, you know, we could have easily pushed lots back and made lots bigger, and you know, and taken up some of that non-floodplain open space to incorporate those into the lots. But you know, we just didn't really feel from an aesthetic standpoint or from a county number standpoint, that was, really significant. More the open space and having that space available to the public was a little bit more valuable than having larger lots. But if you look at this particular development here, or this particular phase up here, these lots around these corners are going to provide larger lots. Naturally, these lots here in the corners and these corners over here are all going to be larger than 3/4 of an acre. So, it's not a large percentage, but I would have to say probably somewhere around 10 to 12% of the lots are probably going to be in excess of 1 acre, but I don't know the exact number.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Huffman?
I don't see your amenity centers depicted here, but on your trail systems, are those trails accessible to any Fate residents?
So all of our trails are all open to City of Fate residents. Anybody has access to those. We do have a couple of amenity nodes that we've shown here that would be a clubhouse type area. We're really not looking to do a swimming pool or anything like that, just because of the large lots. People are going to have their own private pools, so we really don't feel like a swimming pool area is necessary for the community, but more of a community gathering space, some sort of yard game areas, or right now pickleball is very popular, so maybe it looks like a pickleball facility, but any type of facility that would be behind a gate would only be accessible by the residents. But all the other areas, the playground areas, the trails will all be accessible to all of the Fate residents.
Okay, thank you.
I want to revisit the 1 acre versus 3 acre thing, because here's my concern with how it's being presented. And I totally understand from a design and aesthetics look, 3/4 of an acre might not look that much different than 1 acre. But at some point, a group of citizens in Fate put this comprehensive plan together saying 1 acre looks good, with staff advice that might have even discussed, I don't know for sure, but staff advice that might have discussed, well, 3/4 of an acre doesn't look that much different than 1 acre versus 1.5. And this would be across over 400 lots. And so I'm just wanting to make sure I have my head wrapped around the project in full. Is it purely, and you mentioned, look, we could incorporate some of that extra green space into more lots. Is it purely a design and aesthetics reason that you guys said, okay, we know that the comprehensive plan says 1 acre, but for our 460 lots, we're going to go ahead and do mostly 3/4? Is it a financial? Was it, look, I mean, if we don't do 460 at the 3/4, or I know you said 10% might be in excess, but are you at that spot where, look, if we took just 15% more and expanded those to 1 acre where we could, the project would die? Can you walk me through that so I can have a better understanding, please?
Yeah, for sure. So, anytime we look at a project, we always start with a thoroughfare plan and what's required by the city. And so this having Ben Payne run north and south, the capital improvement plan for the city actually only shows Ben Payne up through Prince Lane, even though the future thoroughfare plan shows it all the way up into 552 and then beyond. And so when we look at what's, and Mr. Wells mentioned this a little bit, but when we look at what's eligible for impact fees, it's only everything south of Prince Lane. And so as we go north of Prince Lane, well, that infrastructure is 100% on our shoulders. Even as we go north of 552, that infrastructure is on our shoulders. And so when we look at the overall property itself, and the east-west connection point, and we look at what that infrastructure costs, it's okay, now we have to play Rubik's Cube. How do we pay for that infrastructure? And so it's providing that significant infrastructure investment to the city, requires us to get to a point that we have to, we come up with a certain number of lots that we have to kind of get to. And then we back into, okay, what are the size of those lots? What can we do from an OSSF standpoint? Because there's no sanitary sewer really available to this area. The state of Texas actually allows OSSF on half-acre lots. And the city of Fate does permit through TCEQ. So we just kind of bring all those things into play and all those things into factor, and how does all that line up? And then you get to a bottom number, and it kind of spits out, hey, here's where we have to be ultimately to make the project work as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments from council? Ms. Chen?
I have a question. Some of the comments that we received from people were requesting that as we go north towards 552, that the larger lots, their suggestion was to make it toward those were 1 acres. And then as it goes closer to Wood Creek and Montera, have the smaller lots, and by smaller, I mean 3/4 of an acre. That's not small, obviously. But is that something that y'all have thought about at all as you progress going north and you get into the areas where large lots are more prevalent? So there's like a natural progression from Wood Creek and Montera off to the north. Have y'all discussed that at all? Or are y'all dead set on the 3/4 of an acre? And I'm not here to quibble over a 1/4 acre, but it was a fair point. When you back that up to Wood Creek, 3/4 of an acre looks really big, but as you go towards the north, you have lots out there that are 5 acres, 3 acres with 1 house. So.
Yes, ma'am. And we did kind of take a look at that. I think we have lots that back directly up to Wood Creek that are 50 and 60 foot wide. And so given the lack of sanitary sewer availability to the property, it was very difficult for us to transition away from those 50 to 70 foot lots. And so, we're not really getting any reprieve on our end from a transition standpoint. I mean, it's 60 foot lot and then 3/4 of an acre, right there. So, we fully understand their concerns. One thing that we have talked about is, that northern boundary there has an existing tree line. That is the county line on our northern side there. And so, preserving that tree line there on the north side in order to provide some of that native screening and native vegetation there, so they're not looking at homes there on the backside, as well as our eastern boundary there along Linda Lane. There's actually a 20-foot water line easement on our property there on the eastern side there. So there's some things there that we have to contend with. But when we just looked at it and kept trying to figure out, hey, how do we make this work and what makes sense, in numerous conversations with staff, there wasn't really a direction of any type of transition from the south going to the north. And so we really kind of had to hold tight even as we went further to the north. The other thing there is, when you look at Wood Creek, that's a mud district. When you look at Montera to our south, that's a PID district. Both of those developments have public financing mechanisms too there, where the homeowners are paying additional taxes to pay for those improvements. We don't have that.
Correct.
We're not looking at that as a financing mechanism right now. So that's another limitation that
Right.
we've had, and we understand that's the direction that council wants to go. And so, we're juggling all these factors, trying to make it work. And unfortunately, we're not able to carry that all the way
Right.
through.
And I heard you say that if y'all were going to try to increase lot size, you would have to take it from the open space.
Yes,
So you're
ma'am.
not talking about reducing the number of lots, you would take it from the open spaces in order to hit that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I have one additional question. If you'll back up to your green space, who's going to be on the hook to take care of that? Is that going to be you guys who are taking care of that green space?
Yes, sir. All of the green space will be owned and maintained by the HOA. There will be no city requirement or any type of infrastructure.
Yeah, we don't want any more donations, thanks. No, that's fine, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other questions or comments from council? Mr. Joyce, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time, and I welcome the opportunity to answer any further questions after the public forum.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Vicky, I guess we have some citizens who wish to speak during the public hearing, yes?
Yes, sir, that's
Okay,
correct.
then we will open the public hearing at 8:06 p.m.
Okay. First person that signed up to speak is Jeff Golzinski. lives at Sands Lake Addition, and I apologize in advance if I did not pronounce your last name correctly.
Perfectly. And before you hit the timer on me, for some reason, my script, I made myself say rural a lot, and I'm really bad at saying that word, so that will slow me down.
That's all right. Welcome.
All right. So I don't want this to be a north and south thing, but I'm going to focus on the north of 552. I live in that area. It's going to be impacted. As you're aware, the project covers two very different areas. The first part of the project is south of 552, which is already developed. The second part of the project is north of 552, where there's been limited development and lots are generally at least 3 acres. Because of the differences, it just doesn't seem appropriate to treat this as one project. However, last month at the Planning and Zoning Commission, they blanket approved the project to rezone property north of 552 from A to PD, which require minimum lot sizes of just 3/4 of an acre. At that time, we were still learning about the project, and only then realized by their own acknowledgement that the staff approval disregarded Fate's own standard of minimum 1-acre lot sizes for residential estates. I'm not sure why the commission felt the need to appease the developer by approving the variance north of 552, other than to quote, make it work. I get that, but it's not a good answer. After a little bit more research, we stumbled upon the Forward Fate policy manual that the city commissioned, adopted, and published to address further growth plans. Given the thoroughness of the report, I can only assume it took a considerable amount of time, effort, and money to complete, given it was prepared with input from elected officials, city staff, the community, and other stakeholders. In that report, Fate prepared 3 different land use scenarios it felt would adequately address future growth needs. In all 3 scenarios, the area north of 552 was designated either a rural reserve, which requires individual lot sizes of at least 5 acres, or identified an area that had non-development agreements. Getting consensus is hard to do, but clearly the elected officials, staff, and the community all agreed and recognized that there is some value to having rural space. The analysis also included a future land use map that was to serve as the blueprint for city decision-making. On this map, the subject property north of 552 is actually designated as a rural reserve. As mentioned earlier, the proposed project covers 2 very different areas. The part of project is south of 552, where there's already suburban development, and continued suburban development also aligns with the 3 scenarios I mentioned earlier from the Forward Fate policy. The other part of the project is north of 552, and for some reason, the city thus far has allowed the suburban nature of that development to creep into the areas designated for rural reserves in all 3 scenarios of the Forward Fate policy. Additionally, the proposed zoning change for the project to PD is representative of suburban neighborhood place type as defined in the Forward Fate report. Not only does this place type skip over the rural reserve designation north of 552, it skips entirely over the next most similar place type of rural neighborhood, the RE zoning, and goes straight to a suburban development. That's a big departure from the plan. I completely understand that the development is going to happen. My request is that the City Council follow its own established guidance and standards. If it feels compelled to approve the project, then at least place some additional conditions on the part of the project that is north of 552 to increase the individual gross lot sizes to be more in line with the rural reserve definition included in the Forward Fate analysis. From an approval standpoint, since you really have 2 vastly different areas, I just don't think it's proper to approve the project by treating the already developed area south of 552 the same as the undeveloped area north of 552 that should remain designated as rural reserve by Fate's own analysis and as well as the future land use map.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jennifer Bennett, Sands Lake Addition.
Welcome, Ms. Bennett.
Hi, thank you, and thank you all for allowing us to speak. I'm not going to read, I really need, and am asking you to hear me on this. Your plan, I know it wasn't you all that were elected, none of you, I don't believe in this 2021 plan, but your plan called for the northern part of 552, as my husband just said, to be a rural reserve. That would be 5-acre minimum. 5 acres. So we're going now from 5 acres, and you're talking about downgrading us past the next level, which would be rural neighborhood, because that's not what it is, because that would be a 1-acre minimum. Then you're going to take us one more level down to a suburban neighborhood. And here's my concern too about that. I hate it. we all are on larger lots over there. Smith Road can't accommodate it. But then the other thing is we're phase 7. So somebody mentioned, what if the market tanks by then? Now we've been rezoned. We've been reclassified. We're the smallest section of this group. I understand it's money. This developer seems nice. It's a beautiful project. We're talking about 1/4 of his project, though, that we're just asking at the very, very, very least, make it the 1 acre at least for above Northern. I mean, I would love to sit here and say, make it 5 acres. I know that's not real. Or I would love to sit here and say, okay, 3 acres. I get that that's not real too. But can't we at least for North, where you guys, you have designated us as a rural reserve, and all the properties up there are big. Almost all of them are at least 3 acres. We're plotted 3 acres where I live. We have Annexed over there. They're going to be attached to a gated neighborhood. And a lot of those people, the reason they're not complaining is they figure this is as good as it's going to get. Well, it is as good as it's going to get if you all don't protect us. You were supposed to be protecting the rural aspects of Fate. That's what this whole plan was. Don't overbuild. Don't overdo. Don't tell me that with the $700 million project, that if you ask for 25% of it, that's already designated special to be a little bit larger, that is going to break the bank. There's no way. And by my reading of CAD, our developer lives on a 5-acre lot himself. I mean, how would you like to have somebody smush in a 3/4 acres next to you? You know, I'm just asking that you really consider the people we move out here because we want country. And this is what we were told we were going to get and keep, and it was going to be. And don't give him credit because there's flood zone that he can't build on there. That's BS, that they cannot expand those lots all that way because there is flood zone there that they cannot build on in the big lake. So thank you so much for your time and attention. I really appreciate Protect Fate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
Next, we have Jerry Harrison, address 2708 Lydia Lane.
Thank you, Mayor Greenberg. And
Welcome,
Council.
Mr. Harrison.
Thank you. What I want to talk to you guys about is we're not north of 552. We are at the northeast corner of Phase 1. So we're going to be the first houses affected by this development. All the houses on Lydia Lane, and we have 4 of the 5 residents here tonight, are going to be affected because every house is a minimum 1.5 acre lot. If you take that picture that they showed, and it looked great, where it showed what a 3/4 acre looks like, right? It showed 4.5 houses, or actually 5 houses. You put that on our property of 1.5 acres, you've cut us in half. With the project the way that it's planned, we're going to have at least 3 to 4 houses behind our home. Okay? We have a first responder that lives next to me. And I've already heard they're going to have to move because they're going to be priced out of their house because of taxes. That's irregardless. We have come to the realization that this is going to happen, okay? I do appreciate y'all's questions y'all have asked of planning and zoning, the developer. Y'all are putting some thought into it, and I appreciate that because a lot of those are the same questions we have. No one's thought about Royce City High School. That's, what, a 1/4 mile up the road? That's going to be driving a lot more traffic through Ben Payne, 549, 552. It's going to draw a lot more traffic as well. So please consider that as well when you're debating this. One thing that wasn't brought up during the planning and zoning that I don't think anybody knew about, but Mr. Joyce did listen last time, we have a water discharge right behind our homes that's on that property where it's going to be developed. Those water discharges are opened up about quarterly, and they're opened up for 8 to 10 hours a day, and it floods that entire area down there. But nobody even knew about them when we brought it up at the planning and zoning meeting. So that disturbed me, and I would hope that we'd take a look at that as well, because there's several of those discharged behind our homes. So if you could, please, if I lived in Wood Creek, a 3/4 acre would be great. But when you live on 1.5 acres, we would ask that at least those houses right behind us be comparable to us, and then reduce down to the 3/4 acre as they move away. That's what we'd ask.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison.
Next, we have Don Conley, no address given.
At this time, I'm not going to speak because I'm here for educational purposes. I live at the end of Lydia Lane.
Can you, if you
Sir.
are going to speak, will you come? Oh, thank you.
I'm Don Conley. I live in Rowlett. I own the 2 pieces of property at the end of Lydia Lane. When that was bought, there is a 20-foot easement down the 2 lots for drainage. There is no way water drains down it because it was never set up that way. I have listened to the developer's plans, what he wants, my fellow neighbors who own that property. You know, there are other developers. And I'm of the opinion, from what I've heard, in this 1 acre, 3/4, that he can't entertain it. Kick him out the door and find somebody else.
Thank you, Mr. Conley.
Next, we have Lauren Megacy, address 111 Mustang Drive.
Good evening, Council.
Welcome.
Lauren Macy, 111 Mustang Drive. Got a lot of topics that I can cover on this property. About 10 years ago, approximately 10 years ago, we started annexing from the city. I was the mayor from 2014 to 2019. We started annexing all that area up there because we did not want that to be commercialized. We didn't want all these big homes coming in there. We didn't want all this development coming up there. We wanted to keep it rural. I helped write and put that in to protect them. Now we want to put in all this 600 plus acres of homes. That whole area needs to stay rural. That's what the whole purpose of our comprehensive plan was. Keep all the development around I-30, your commercial, your subdivisions, keep the traffic here, keep all that up there rural. 552 is going to come in there. It's going to be 4 lanes. Is it going to handle all the traffic as it is right now? Probably not. You got Rockwall coming. They're going to develop all that area up there. You got that high school going in there. You start nuking that area up there, the rest of that northern portion of Fate is all going to come in homes. And you're going to lose all the rural area that we have here. We don't have a whole lot left. All that area up there. Ben Payne, I think, is going to be probably one of your less problem areas because you start putting Ben Payne, that's a $30 million project, just putting that road in there. You got to go across that floodplain. Floodplain needs a bridge. You're going to put a bridge across there. Now you're going to have stop signs going all the way down. It's going to take you 10, 15 minutes to get from 552 all the way down to I-30. People aren't going to do that. They're going to go 552 over to 3549, straight down 3549. 3549 is a 2-lane road, state farm to market road. There's no plans to widen that to 4 lanes. It's not part of the thoroughfare plan. So you're going to now funnel all that traffic down 3549. Or they're going to go all the way down 552, go down 66. 66 isn't going to handle it. It's going to put all that pressure onto 551. It's not going to be able to handle it. Floodplains, you'll probably hear about, well, let's just take some of that floodplain and do some reclamation. Let's put some dirt on top of it. Let's fill it in there. You have that right to do that. You start taking that floodplains and doing that, it's going to be a problem for those homeowners. We told the citizens when we annexed them that we would keep this rural, keep this farmland, keep this 5, 10 acre lots of what they moved up there for. Keep it rural. Don't make it commercialized. Don't make it big subdivisions going up there because it will just nuke that entire area and you will not have Fate as you know it now. You will not have the traffic. It's all going to be coming down through 49, 66. You're going to have worse traffic than what you have now. With that,
Thank you, Mr. Megacy.
And last, we have Karen Kaiser, address 1093 North Churchill Drive.
Welcome, Ms. Kaiser.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I just came out tonight to speak in support of Crenshaw Preserve. It's the nicest project I've seen in my 5 years here. I think there is a missing market in Fate for large homes. I did not realize we had so many neighbors living on 1 to 5 acres. Is that perhaps us being a good neighbor to Rockwall? I'm not sure. I understand the concern if you live on 5 acres, you'd like to have your neighbors also live on 5 acres. But my understanding of Fate is that we have people living on 5,500 square feet. We have original neighbors living on 1/4 acre. So to me, this is 3 times bigger than anything I was aware that we predominantly have in Fate. So I see it as a positive. A future development, a 1 to 3 acre, I think that would be beautiful as well. I don't think we ever need another tract home in Fate. I think we're chock full. I think we've got plenty of the lower end of the market. We have affordable places for people to live. Presently, if you want to move up in a home and spend your $1.5 million, you have to move to Heath or to McClendon Chisholm. There's no reason why we can't have that level of living here in Fate. This just seems like a starting point. I hear if there is a way to fit those 1 acres at the north end, great, but 3/4 of an acre, to my calculations, is 3 times bigger than anything I'm aware of that we have as a neighborhood. So I see that as a plus and really a wonderful addition built by a quality team, it seems to me, in the city of Fate. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaiser.
And I have no other forms from anyone wanting to speak.
Okay, thank you. Seeing as there are no additional speakers, we will close the public hearing at 8:24 p.m. Council, do you have any other questions or comments for Mr. Joyce specifically, as he did make the offer to come back and answer any questions we may have? Ms. Huffman.
The only thing that came up that was new for me are the drainage issues that they brought up. So I don't know if that's Mr. Joyce or Ryan who might be able to address that.
Yes, ma'am. So this is stage 1. The actual zoning aspect of it is just stage 1. We still have to go through engineering. We still have to go through a full flood study, which you heard earlier from Mr. Wells, has to be submitted with our preliminary plat. So those are all things that we have to take a look at. So things may shift around, things may move a little bit as we learn more throughout the engineering phase and the flood study phase. But we are fully aware that state law dictates that we can't change where water goes, so we can't block anybody's water that's coming towards our property. We can't block that off and push that on to other people. So we have to accept that water. That's state statute. Additionally, we can't discharge water off of our site by state statute at any rates that are higher than what is currently being discharged from the site. So we're fully aware of a full flood study for this property is a fairly extensive undertaking, but we understand that has to be done before preliminary plat. So those are all things that we still have to take a look at.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Hatley?
I guess I've got one for more or less for Jennifer. Jennifer, are we able to split this up and do 3/4 acre lots for south of 552 and 1 acre lots north? And how would we do that?
Sorry. So this is a request for a PD, which is in front of you, certainly. And I'm looking at Ryan. I guess you can make some upward adjustments to the acre size as part of your motion. You need to be very specific about where those are going to be. Do you agree, Ryan?
So, Mr. Halley, if the city is amenable everything that we were always told by the city is 3/4 is like, that's the starting point. That's where we're at. And so I understand some of the comments for larger lots. They're on the north side of FM 552. I guess really a question would be is, would the city be amenable, or would council be amenable to somewhat more of a transition from the lots to the south as we moved up into the north, and that way allowing us to do larger lots on the north side, which was something that was never contemplated by staff, to have lots smaller than 3/4 of an acre down towards our southern boundary, which would then allow us to transition up to the north.
So that I'm clear, you're saying make smaller even than 3/4 acres toward the southern portion so that it will offset the larger
Correct.
lot sizes up top?
Yes. And if that's direction given by city council, we'd be more than happy to go talk to staff about that and figure that out and do some reconfiguring. It seems like the north side of 552 is kind of the most pretentious portion about this particular zoning case. But again, we're limited on our side because we have no ability to transition from 5 to 11,000 square foot along our southern border.
I think my issue with that would be it still is deviating from the minimum lot area size of 1 acre that we have in our comprehensive plan. And my concern is if this was a 1 lot or up to 10 lot, maybe, I don't know, I'm not saying this for any future meeting, but it's one thing to make that much of a change for a small landmass, a small area. My fear with this is the precedent that we would be setting in such a stark deviation from our comprehensive plan. Really, it would, what does it tell future developers? What does it tell residents when they move into certain areas about where they're living if this is what we say, hey, here's going to be our minimums, and that doesn't end up being our minimums. And then if we do discuss and we say, okay, well, on the north side, we can make them bigger, we have to even further deviate on the south side. That would be, and I know somebody, I think I did too, but I think one of the comments was, are we absolutely married to the idea of 3/4 acre lots? And if we are, I understand that. But I think what many on the council are trying to determine is if this is a project that we're going to approve, or if it's something that we are going to be looking for more of an adherence to what the comprehensive plan recommends.
So, and I appreciate those comments. I would say that, given the amount of open space that we have outside of floodplain, we're not building right up to floodplain lines. We're not reclaiming a bunch of area from a floodplain standpoint. And when you look at our overall density for the development, we're at 0.66 units per acre. Whether that, if we were to just have a square flat piece of property, we could do 1 acre lots all day long. But in order to preserve the overall feel of the topography of the particular development, that's kind of where we ended up with the 3/4 acre lots. It's kind of a balancing act. It's when you try to put everything into a box, you end up engineering your way out of everything. And so that's kind of the perspective that we've taken on it and how we've looked at this particular project.
Okay, Ms. Chin.
Yeah. And I don't know if this is for you or going to be for Mr. Wells, but there were public comments made about the lot sizes being 3/4 of an acre, and that basically reclassifying us into suburban neighborhood that would zone us there. Is that correct, Ryan? If we were to do this, does this technically make it suburban neighborhood, or are we keeping with the classification of the residential estate?
Sure. So this discussion has been happening for quite a while before they got something prepared to come to planning and zoning, ultimately city council. We've been firm with the rural reserve place type being the basis upon which anything was going to be brought to P&Z or council. And so in those conversations, given that there was a considerable amount of land being assigned to schools, that there was a considerable amount of land preserved for open space and floodplain, my direction to him was that any submittal would have to at least maintain a 1 unit per acre density to align with the density allowed by the residential estate zoning. The residential estate zoning district is a representative land use in the Rural Reserve Comprehensive Plan. So by my analysis, it was maintaining consistency with the Rural Reserve Place type, which outside of a PD, somebody could come in and do 1 acre lots. It doesn't require a changing of the land use designation from the comp plan. And so by my analysis, that was maintaining that consistency, taking into account the school sites and the open space, but thereby managing that 1 unit per acre density, which is consistent with the residential estate.
Okay, and so I guess if we rezoned it for this purpose, then whoever, let's say the economy tanks, somebody else comes in and purchases this land and they go to develop it, would they be held to a suburban neighborhood, or would it be rural reserve? Would it be residential estate?
Sure. The rural, I want to make sure that there's a distinction made.
Okay.
The rural reserve is the high-level comprehensive plan designation for the whole northern end of Fate.
Yes.
And what I tell people when I explain the difference between comprehensive plan and zoning, comprehensive plan tells you what goes where, and zoning is how much of it goes there.
Yes.
Okay? So the comprehensive plan is basically establishes the character of the area and the various zoning districts that can affect that character in various levels. So the 2 representative zoning districts for the rural reserve place type are agriculture, which is a 5 acre minimum, and residential estate, which is a 1 acre minimum. So when the resident mentioned this 5 acre minimum, I want to make clear that establishment of a 5 acre minimum in the place type in the comp plan, and I know this is very jargony, I apologize.
That's okay.
That is used for broad level calculations of water demand and transportation calculations and all of that at the comprehensive plan level, because you're gonna have a bunch of lots that are 30 acres, 50 acres.
Sure.
Right, so it's kind of an average of just generally what that area is gonna look like. It's not a designation of any development standards in the comprehensive plan. That is implemented through the zoning code.
Okay.
And so that's why you have those representative zoning districts of ag and residential estate, which implement the character of that rural reserve place type. Does that help explain it?
Yeah.
Ryan, just to follow up, but to answer your question, any future developer, if y'all were to pass this PD, would be bound by the PD.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They couldn't come back and then ask for 6,000 square foot lots, which the suburban neighborhood place type allows for.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
That was basically what I wanted to make sure of, is that if something happens, God forbid, we're not held to a suburban neighborhood classification simply because of this. Okay.
That's correct.
Mr. Harper.
So with what you said, because it's a PD, then it would be locked to the 3/4 of an acre. It would not default back to the residential estate one acre. Okay.
The PD is an entitlement, meaning that it sets the rules for that property.
The PD is the zoning if you were to pass this.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Hatley.
I was just we're getting ready to go into comprehensive plan
Yes, sir.
season on that. I kind of think we're kind of rushing it a little bit, and I'm hoping we can spread that out. But it seems to me that the one part of the previous comprehensive plan I liked is actually this one. I think the residents are willing to compromise on bringing it down to the 1 acre. So I'm just hoping we can stick closer to what that probably the one part of it I think we really got right last time is the 1 acre minimum on that. Trust me, I'd feel a whole lot better about this and not nearly as conflicted, but it's the one big area that I think we did right with the 2021 comprehensive plan on that. So put that out there.
Any other questions or comments from council? Ms. Chin?
Is there any way to address, as the developers or with the city, is there any way to address the issue with bin pain and the connection, and it taking, I think you said 6 years for phase 1 through 3 to be completed? And so essentially we would not have a connection, I'm assuming, from like Wood Creek to 552. Is there a way to mitigate that with this? Do y'all foresee any way of coming to some sort of solution for that problem? Because for me, that's even a bigger problem than the lot size, is making sure that we get that connection.
Sure. I was trying to address that in that condition of approval to an adequate point where we knew that it was going to happen, but we didn't have all the information at hand to be able to make that call, right then, by 2029, because A, the developer doesn't control the land. And so that's a negotiation, that's a discussion that needs to be had. And B, there's a certain proportionality that we need to take into consideration as well. The developer is already going to be on the hook for building, and I mean, I'm not saying this as an advocate for him. I'm just saying legally there's a proportionality rule that we need to think about. So they're going to be building all of Ben Payne from 552 down to the southern end of their property. So again, with multiple stakeholders at the table, at some point we will come to that, we'll come to that answer. And I do expect that the city will be a party at that, because ultimately this is fulfilling a plan that we've already adopted that we're going to be responsible for building on our own if it isn't happening in alignment with the development.
If I may too, we did have a conversation with kind of all of the developers that are alongside that, and we all kind of expressed our different interests in getting that built. For us, it's a 551 relief. We've talked about the 551 and Highway 66 and all of that, so there's a relief there. I think the one thing we all came to agreement is, with no development partner in this area, the citizens of Fate are 100% on the hook for the cost of that road, and that's a significant cost. And it's the only relief valve for that part of town other than 66. So 66 continues to be a bottleneck. We have now an opportunity to have a second relief valve. If something would happen to 66, access points, there's access to 552. So while recognizing that not everybody that might be impacted by this development is residents of Fate, because there's a lot of unincorporated county up there, residents of Fate would be 100% on the hook for this road if not for a development partner. And at some point, this road does need to be connected, or some second relief valve from that area. We see this as an opportunity to have a development partner take a huge relief off the taxpayers of Fate to help make this connection.
Well, and I just want to also clarify, I'm sure Mr. Wells was not implying that the connection is disproportionate, so I just want to make that very, very clear.
Right.
Okay, any other questions, comments from council? Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we pass ordinance number 2026 with the added amendment that Ben Payne must be connected from the development into its existing road before any building permit for a Rockwell ISD school can be granted.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Kelly, will you repeat that motion, please?
Passing the ordinance presented with the added amendment of Ben Payne must be connected to the existing part of Ben Payne before any building permit for a Rockwell ISD school is granted. And the reason for that is the school is going to be what drives the traffic, so.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay, please vote. The motion fails. 4 noes, 3 yeses. Do you need me to read those, Ms. Vicky, or do you have those?
For the folks at home.
Okay, so the yes votes were Councilman Hatley, Councilwoman Huffman, and Councilman Kelly. The no votes were Mayor Andrew Greenberg, Councilwoman Chin, Councilman Harper, and Councilman Manival. Okay. Mr. Harper.
I think I may have made a mistake because I pressed the wrong. But my question would be, is there any way to add something without prejudice so that we can have them come back if they have another plan? I meant to vote no, but I wanted to be able to somehow let
You're not
them-
wanting this to close the conversation with the developer.
Exactly, because right now, as the way it stands, you can't come back for a year. And I think if they go back and re-swizzle, I'm just concerned that with the way that the motion happened, we're not going to be able to do that. Is that possible at all?
No, but a different zoning request, a different PD request could be considered within the time frame.
But it doesn't have to be substantially different?
Yes, it would have to be
And
substantially different.
would lot sizes be that substantial?
That is within the consideration of the zoning administrator,
Okay,
so it's
so-
hard for me to answer in the abstract.
Okay, thanks.
I will note, though, that we've done that a few times and it's never really worked out.
Okay. Thank you. So it is 8:43. Council, would you like a brief recess? Okay. Without objection, we'll take a 10-minute recess. All right, thank you. We're recessing at 8:43. We'll reconvene at 8:53.
Right when they're getting out, they're showing camera back to the sphere of the earth. It was good. Yeah, no, it is cool. And I'm reading this book right now on Apollo 8. And it's just during the Vietnam. It could be that. And we did not find out. Some of their, it's trying to be like, oh, you know? Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I think we've got to unite behind this. Yeah.
If I can get my council members back up to the dais, we'll begin. It is 8:53. Yeah, but we don't have Vicky. Okay, we will reconvene. It is 8:54 p.m. And council, because of some attorneys waiting for various agenda items versus some of the like the public hearings for all of the rezoning, without objection, I'd like to move us to agenda item 8. Okay, seeing no objection, Ms. Vicky, will you read agenda item 8, please?
Yes, sir, I sure will. Let me turn my page here. Executive session in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.001. The City Council will recess into executive session closed meeting to discuss the following. A, in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and also 551.074 to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, and in accordance with Texas Government Code regarding 1, initial screening of March 25th, 2026 ethics complaint filed by Scott Kelly against a deputy mayor pro tem.
Thank you.
Chief Griffin takes her out the back. That's only open. So this $6 million CO in parts. Because the last part was passed by 50. That part is supposed to be, when they, it's supposed to be $12 million for that part. And they started putting in $3.5 million. Crazy, it's stupid, you don't want it. You want to do something about it?
Okay, we will reconvene in executive session at 9:24 PM.
Just to clarify, into regular session?
What did I say?
In executive.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah. Reconvene into regular session at 9:24 PM. So Ms. Vicky?
Okay, so agenda item 8A1, any discussion or action?
Mr. Harper?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we publish the memo from the attorney on the ethics complaint.
Second.
Okay, for clarification, would that also include the discussion of executive session in terms of discussion tonight?
Yes,
Okay.
I would like to just waive the confidentiality of executive session and the document.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, is this set up for me to vote, Ms. Vicky? Okay.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right, this is to waive all executive session and make everything freely discussable. Please vote. Okay, the motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Given that we just did that, can I get my copy? We might all want our copies. Does any other council member want theirs? And I wrote all over mine, so. Making it easy for you.
If you get one that is written on.
Okay, so does everybody have their copy? Do I have a motion? Do I have a discussion before in terms of movement?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that the council order an investigation into a violation of our ethics ordinance, specifically against Councilmember Hatley, specifically against items section 2, 309, 10, and make sure I got this right.
23096.
23096.
A second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Are we going to read the memo before we
Sure.
vote?
Council, without objection, I'll read these two sections. And for the record, just to note, one section was deemed insufficient or invalid and insufficient to warrant a full investigation. But section 2-30910, which imposes the following restriction on council members. No officer of the city shall, in addition to the prohibition contained in section 3.093 of the Fate Home Rule Charter, which is incorporated herein, conduct themselves so as to appear to have a role, responsibility, or authority in administrative matters, except those matters expressly authorized by the City of Fate Charter. This section shall not preclude the city manager from advising the city council on administrative matters or seeking mayor or council member input on administrative matters. In conjunction with section 2-30910, complainant cites subsection 3.093 of the city charter. Section 3.093 contains the following prohibition. Members of the City Council shall not in any way dictate the appointment of the city administrative officers or employees whom the city manager or any of the city manager's subordinates are empowered to appoint. Second, the complaint alleges a violation of Section 2-3096, which prohibits a city officer from disclosing confidential information. The Code of Ethics defines confidential information as any information to which an official has access in such person's official capacity, which may not be disclosed to the public except pursuant to state and/or federal law, and which is not otherwise a matter of public record or public knowledge. Confidential information includes the following information, however transmitted. 1, any information from a meeting closed to the public pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act or other law, regardless of whether disclosure violates the Texas Open Meetings Act or Texas Public Information Act. 2, any information protected by attorney-client, attorney-work product, or other applicable legal privilege. And 3, any information deemed confidential by law. Third, the complaint alleges a violation, that's the special consideration. So initial determination. The City Council will make an initial determination as to the validity of the complaint and make the decision to conduct an investigation per our Code of Ethics. Analysis. A, the interference allegation. The alleged violation of Section 2-30910, the interference allegation, references recordings made by Hatley of his conversations with City Manager Michael Kovacs. Specifically, the complaint references comments made at the 7-minute 30-second mark of a November 11th, 2025 recording. At that point in the conversation, which dealt with the police chief's ongoing employment, Hatley tells Kovacs, quote, "I certainly hope that his job's not on the line. That would not bode well for you at all," end quote. Earlier in the same recording, as the two discuss the police chief's employment, Hatley tells Kovacs, "Believe it or not, I've held people off of demanding you being fired, and let's just say that my firewall's getting very thin," end quote. Later in the same recording, Hatley tells Kovacs, quote, "I've lost so much faith in you, and believe me, I have actually spoken well of you amongst people that demanded you being fired, but I'm losing confidence in you, end quote. Other recordings made by Hatley include similar language, all in the context of the police chief's employment. November 6, 2025, conversation between Hatley and Kovacs. These are bullet points, if it sounds kind of like it's not part of a free-flowing conversation. Quote, "The Rockwall County Sheriff swears by him," end quote. Quote, I've heard nothing over the last 2 days but praise from people who actually work with the chief as best they can in neighboring cities," end quote. And, quote, "I'm going to try to become the squeakiest wheel, trust me," end quote. This references November 12th, 2025, conversation between Hatley, Kovacs, and HR Director Lee Corson. Quote, "There are several people that supported me quite passionately that would like to see nothing but Michael fired," end quote. And then the last bullet point here, quote, "Someone's going to have to convince me," end quote. Therefore, the interference allegation appears valid and to warrant full investigation. B, the confidentiality allegation. Regarding the alleged violation of Section 2-3096, the confidentiality allegation, the complaint asserts that Hatley violated the confidentiality provision by releasing recordings that contained confidential information regarding the job performance of a city employee. Personnel matters, including evaluation of a city employee's job performance, are generally discussed in closed session, unless the affected employee opts for a public discussion. Here, the recordings included discussions regarding the performance of both the police chief and the city manager. The recordings also included the city manager's deliberative process as it related to city personnel matters. The City Council recognized that the recordings contained confidential information when, on February 2nd, 2026, it waived the deliberative privilege and authorized the official release of the recordings. Here, Hatley released the recordings before the City Council had properly voted to do so. Therefore, the confidentiality allegation appears valid and to warrant full investigation. And then the third allegation, the special consideration, was deemed invalid and insufficient. Would any on council like me to read that one in its entirety?
No, but I think there's a motion on the floor regarding finding an investigation for 2.230910 and 23096, which y'all do need to take a vote on. But then your next vote needs to be finding the other one to be insufficient. You'll have to close the loop on that.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that gives, and we'll do that, we can do that after we discuss and vote on these two?
Of course.
Okay, okay. I just make sure we discuss okay, so that's the readings. So we do have a motion on the floor for both of the, can these be combined, or do these need to be one at a time, Jennifer?
You can vote on them together.
Okay. So discussion. Okay, I'll start. Given our conversation, I have a question. I just want to know too, so given there were quotes from Mr. Hatley, in terms of discussing an investigation, it is understood that Mr. Fisher, Ross Fisher, the man who, the lawyer who compiled this, did say that a lot of this was subjective opinion, not really evidence-based. Evidence is not going to uncover anything new. And so I wonder, I understand that Mr. Kelly is at odds with Mr. Hatley. I do question what an investigation would accomplish, aside from allowing Mr. Hatley a response. Mr. Kelly, would you mind giving more information? Why is it that you're wanting an investigation? And given Mr. Fisher saying it's not going to uncover anything new, what are you hoping to gain from it?
Absolutely not hoping to gain anything else out of what's already in this memo. The options as it's presented in the ethics ordinance are twofold. We have the option to dismiss, or we have the option to investigate. As I read the ordinance, and we have a city attorney who could speak far more eloquently than I can, but as I read the ordinance, those are our two options. And then after the investigation, then we can decide what type of action we want to take after that.
Okay. My second question would be, just so I can fully understand the gravity of these comments made, Mr. Kovacs, did you feel threatened at any point with your job in these conversations?
Point of information?
Mr. Kelly.
Mayor, I don't think this is the appropriate venue for the investigation to occur.
This isn't the investigation, because the investigation would go to Ross Fisher. I'm trying to, if I can't, I won't open an investigation on somebody if I can't get a little bit more of what has actually happened and transpired. So if that's,
that's definitely an option,
okay,
not to open an investigation.
That's fine.
But that's a part of the investigation.
Sure.
That's not a
well,
part of the process.
I disagree slightly, because we wouldn't be the ones doing it, according to Mr. Fisher, but that's fine. I retract that question. Any other questions? I guess we can say for the interference allegation? Ms. Huffman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I felt Mr. Fisher told us we could do the investigation internally, but he's a more objective party, that we could process it to have him follow through and do it. Is that correct, Jennifer?
Let me look at the ordinance again, just a second. So the ordinance says that if an investigation is to proceed, the complaint may be referred to the city attorney's office to conduct an investigation, obviously to outside counsel as well. Obviously, I was not in executive session, but I would not advise you to do your own investigation. It seems more appropriate for a third party to do the investigation.
Okay, any other comments or questions from the interference allegation? Okay, moving on to the confidentiality. Any? I'm so sorry, Mr.
I was going to say, all of this seems very, very subjective. I mean, it's placing intent where, I mean, who's to say what the intent is if he never asked me a single question as to.
Well, I would also note that the ethics ordinance allows for anybody with a complaint against them to respond to it within a certain time frame. There hasn't been any response yet. So at some point, we do need to hear from Councilman Hatley on the intent, and that should be a process of the investigation.
So you, just to make sure I'm clear and everybody who's watching is clear too, you recognize that the investigation is not actually going to uncover anything. You're using this as a procedural move to get us to the next step, which would then be, per our charter, council decides what action, if any, to take against Mr. Hatley.
The process is outlined in the charter, in the ethics ordinance, and my motion is in line with what the ethics ordinance process lays out as a process.
Okay, for the confidentiality allegation, any comments, thoughts? Mr. Hatley?
Once again, it puts something up as a statement of fact that where there actually is no evidence. There's no evidence alleged of anything. It's an absolute, it's an assumption.
It should be noted too, since we waived the executive privilege again, Mr. Fisher's comment was the investigations, plural, into these two would essentially be nothing more than giving Mr. Hatley an opportunity to respond to those. So council should, I think, should take that into account on whether we spend the time and money more than we've already spent on an investigation that is obviously, given a divided council as we are on conduct from all of the members, is not going to produce anything new, but it is going to cost the taxpayers money to find out something that's not going to change anybody's mind. So, any other thoughts or comments on this? Mr. Manival.
What I'd like to know is if we could, like we did the last time, release this memo. You read most of it. And then allow Councilman Hatley an opportunity to say what he would want to say. And I don't know that he has something ready tonight, but but to respond, because that's like, it sounds like from what Ross Fisher said, that's really all that would come out of this. He's basically looked at what was in there. Hold on. He's looked at what is in the allegations, and this is what he has to say about it. And he says he doesn't see that he would really come up with new information. And the really only thing that's missing is a response from Councilman Hatley.
And if the investigation doesn't happen, then he never has a chance to find out more information. He did the initial look based on what Councilman Kelly filed, but there may indeed be more information that can be gained from an investigation. We don't know that until we have the investigation.
So, Mr. Fisher recommended that we conduct an investigation. He didn't say, go ahead and let Hatley make a statement defending himself before an investigation. That was not his conclusion. His conclusion was simply that we investigate those two allegations. And I think that that's important. Despite the other conversations, it's important that we're following the outside counsel that we used on taxpayer dime to conduct, this initial analysis on the validity of these complaints. Why did we ask the taxpayers to foot the bill if we weren't even going to take the advice and we're just going to skip over the investigation part? I don't really understand. So.
Well, the understanding there would come from determining if this is something that's a good use of the city time. There's lots of things that are presented to council, and then we decide, yeah, money was spent on this, but we don't end up moving forward with it. That's a regular occurrence on city council.
Sure, I just don't know why we would go to outside counsel, waste taxpayer money, and then ignore his advice. That's all.
Well, that was proposed last time as well by Mr. Harper.
Well, it still happened. Okay, so, and I do, just to make sure I understand the allegation completely, Mr. Kelly, for the confidentiality allegation, you did not cite something specific in the allegation. Is that correct? This is not investigating anything new. This is asking for clarification, because I don't see anything in Mr. Fisher's statement that says something specific was released?
In my specific complaint, I made reference to interview questions by a local opinion blogger that referenced information in these tapes before they were released to the public. So a local opinion blogger had specific information from these tapes that he asked at least myself as I was referenced in these tapes a few times. So my allegation is that these tapes were shared with other individuals before this council voted to release them, and that we don't know what parts were shared, but since one part of it was shared, other parts that contain deliberative process and confidential information very easily could have been shared as well.
Are you aware that when you say we don't know what parts were shared, are you aware that we will not gain access to the entirety of what was or what was not shared?
I understand that.
Like this council has no subpoena power, we can't require somebody?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But I can definitely reference questions that were asked to me that referred to confidential information if the attorney reaches out to me.
But you
as a
did
part
not
of the
include
investigation.
those in the initial complaint?
References to that tape being shared to the opinion blogger were referenced in the initial complaint.
Just references or like a specific allegation? I just want to make sure, like this.
My allegation is that the tapes were shared with a local opinion blogger.
Okay.
Before they were released.
Were they released to the city already?
I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to go back and look at.
Yes, they were.
But
They were not.
so if they were
Tapes-
released at the city, they were still private information that involved.
But they were in
deliberative
other
process.
people's hands as well, besides mine.
I would have to go back and look at the dates on that, but still, it was shared.
What I'm saying, though, is just tapes were released, but you did not cite a specific text or a quote and say, this is what was released, this is why it was inappropriate and wrong for it to be released.
Correct.
Okay.
I referenced specifically that deliberative process conversations as it relates to the review were on those tapes that the opinion blogger referenced. Not
Okay.
specifically the review, but he referenced the tapes to where those reviews are discussed.
I just so that everybody's aware when they get this document, when we make it available for everybody to see, there are specific quotes of, like where you said, you referenced a specific minute and second mark of a tape, but there was nothing specific in the tapes. And so it should be noted that that since nothing specific was referenced, now there's nothing specific that we can go look and say, here was the quote that you're alleging Mr. Hatley said, here's why it should not have been said. We will not be able to determine that information with an investigation.
The investigation will be able to determine if the tapes that contain deliberative information were shared outside of a circle that they should have been shared.
But
whether it's a specific reference,
But what I'm saying is, for example, and just to bring this up, we don't know if it was a 4-second clip or if it was a 2-hour clip or if it was an 18-second clip or a minute and 30-second clip. We will never be able to determine that. So you will not be able to, no investigation is going to determine all that was specifically shared and when and to who specifically by an individual on this council. An investigation will not yield that result. I'm just making sure everybody knows. So we can open an investigation if that's what the council wants to do, but that information will not be gleaned from Mr. Fisher looking into this.
How do we know that it's not going to be gleaned? From an investigation, it's an investigation. Shouldn't we open an investigation in order to find out what we're going to find, what evidence we can find? I mean,
So we
number
don't
one,
have
we
evidence of
know-
a crime, but
we
let's
know-
open an
we
investigation
know-
to look
we-
for people? What a dangerous
I'm still talking.
proposition, Councilwoman.
I'm literally still talking. I don't know why you're talking over me.
It's not, we're not talking about crimes. What we're talking about is an ethics ordinance. Nothing in the ethics ordinance is specifically a crime. So what we're not talking about crimes. So let's be
Correct.
straight there. What we're talking about is a higher standard that this council should be held to. And apparently it's not held to all of us. So I'm giving Mr. Hatley the opportunity to clear his name with this investigation. The investigation may come back and say he did nothing wrong, but there is definitely the sentiment out there that these recordings were inappropriate. Things said in those tapes, there is the sentiment that it is inappropriate comments and inappropriate things were done with the tapes. An investigation will either say, here's the facts to it. At the end of the day, after the investigation, this council has the opportunity to make a decision on how we handle that information. We're not doing that tonight. What we're doing tonight is saying, do we want to look at this or not? That's the question at hand, and that's the motion. If we want to investigate it right here, we can talk about it all we want to. We're free to do that. But at the end of the day, we've got a motion on the table, and we need to make a vote on it. And we need to decide what the bar is for this council. Is it to make recordings like this? Is it to make threats like this?
That is not what this investigation will answer. It will not decide what the bar is.
Will it decide whether the threats were made that were in violation of our ethics ordinance? Yes or no?
Well, here's why I'm asking, just so you're aware. How I'm asking this is because you have grouped these motions together, and so therefore they either both succeed or they both fail. What I'm pointing out to this council, and however, if the council wants to go after Mark Hatley, they're going to go after Mark Hatley.
This isn't about going after Mark Hatley.
It absolutely isn't. It's okay. You just made your point that this is about what the bar is, and you want to make sure that everybody's set to the same standard.
Absolutely.
You don't think he's set to the same standard, and so you're wanting to go after him.
I want to establish what the standard is. I want to establish what the standard is.
This does not establish what the standard is. This investigation and as you heard Mr. Fisher say, and as you have even acknowledged, all it is to give him a response. Nowhere does that raise a bar or do anything like that.
It holds us to the bar. We have an ethics ordinance that is a bar. Either we're going to hold ourselves to it or we don't. It's okay. The investigation may decide the bar was not crossed. It may decide it is. We either do an investigation or we don't. We have an attorney recommendation that we investigate 2 items, yes or no?
Yeah.
So we've got an attorney recommendation, we do this. We can go with the attorney recommendation, hold the investigation, and see what it comes back with, and the council can make a decision. Or we can say, we don't care, and we can move on down the road. It's okay. We have a decision to make, and we have a motion to support.
Absolutely, and that's why we're discussing it. I think that's what this discussion is all about. I just want to make sure that if we tell people we're going to do an investigation, that then when an investigation A costs a bunch of money and B is only, here are the 2 responses from Mr. Hatley, I want to make sure that everybody's aware that when they say, well, that wasn't a full investigation because we didn't look into anything, or we didn't go get all access to the tapes, which this council, nor will the attorney have any power to do so. I just want to make sure everybody's aware that by investigation, what you're really saying is you're ready to get to the what appropriate action can you take regarding Mr. Hatley?
No.
That's what you want to move through, and that's okay. Just acknowledge
the investigation puts the information out there so that we've got the opportunity. This is laid out in our charter. I'm sorry, in our ethics ordinance. All I'm doing is going by the ethics ordinance, and we've got a motion on tape.
Right.
I could have made a motion to take action on any of the things that are outlined. But that is not what is outlined in our ordinance. I am going through the process.
You couldn't have made a
I could not have. I'm going through the process as is outlined. And we can order an investigation, or we can say, we're fine not ordering.
Right. I'm just saying the council needs to decide if this is a fruitless endeavor or not.
But
Okay,
to say that
I do have something else to say, and I got interrupted a minute ago, so I was trying to let y'all hash it out, but the investigation will absolutely help. Number one, not everybody on council knows when Mark Hatley actually gave the city council or gave the city copies of those recordings. What we do know is the date that there was an article published. So an investigation will turn that up. We'll know what came first. If, that was given to the opinion blogger, or if it was given to the city first. An investigation is necessary in order for us to find that out, because not everybody on council knows that.
I do just want to point out the questions that you think are going to be answered don't have to be answered. We have no subpoena power as a council, or even if we brought in an outside attorney. So everything that's available to know for this investigation is already known, except what Mr. Hatley might put down on a piece of paper as an official response.
Is it going to be you, Jennifer, that does the investigation, or is it going to be outside counsel that also does that?
I would recommend that Ross
We would
Fisher do the
decide that.
investigation.
Okay, and so would Mr. Fisher have access to when the audio recordings were given over to the city?
Yes.
Okay. And then Mark Hatley would have an option of whether or not he decided to disclose that. You're right, we can't force him, we don't have subpoena power, but we would know when that article was published, and we would know when the city received those audio recordings. And that is discovered only in an investigation, to my knowledge, unless there's another method that I'm unaware of.
And those two facts would not indicate that Mr. Hatley shared anything with anybody. That's speculation at best. And if this council wants to engage in speculation, then engage in
The January
speculation.
9th post by the opinion blogger literally says they have obtained recordings with the information. So, and lists out the information that's in the recording. So that was on January 9th. We did not make that public until February the 2nd. And just as Councilman Kelly said, we received calls from the opinion blogger asking questions about information that was on the tapes before me or other council members knew the tapes existed. So it had to have been released from someone who had that, which would have been the creator of that recording. So yes, the information is there. It doesn't need a subpoena. It's public information. It's out there for the world to see. So you can sit up here and you can try to conjure up anything you want. You either deny that it's going to happen and you vote it out, and then you have to explain to the people of this city why it is that we won't even investigate our own selves for ethics violations that a city attorney, that an attorney says right here. Conclusion: it is my recommendation that alleged violations of sections 2-30910 and 2-309-6 be deemed valid and an investigation into each conducted. That is from an attorney that we paid money to do. And so if you choose to, again, as usual, not listen to our legal counsel, then yeah, go ahead and vote it down, and then, you know, that will be something that you have to inform the public of. But me, as a council person, if I get something from an attorney that says you should do this, as someone we paid, then I'm going to say that we should actually do this.
Did you do that last time?
We didn't investigate last time. We voted it down.
You wanted to, though.
You went against
you
the
stated
attorney
if we
recommendation
did done what we should have done.
Consistency matters. All right. Did you have a comment, Ms. Huffman?
Consistency does matter.
Yeah, consistency does matter. It absolutely does.
Well, you're not the standard of it. Ms. Huffman?
I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Any more questions? This is for this is for two allegations, sections 2-30910 and sections 2-309-6. This is a motion to open an investigation into Mr. Hatley.
Mayor, I just wanted to make it clear, we are still on agenda item 8A1, and so any additional votes, so this vote will need to be a hand vote,
Okay.
because we've already voted electronically.
voted,
Yes,
okay.
sir, I'm sorry.
I wanted to say something else. In executive session, when we had Ross Fisher on the screen, he told us that he didn't see an investigation turning up anything else.
He did not
than
say
what-
that.
Let me finish. That's what I heard him say. I was there. And, you know, it's a little bit ambiguous that he recommends an investigation, but he didn't say he would find out anything else based on, you know, he says what's here is here.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Mandeville, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct when he said the investigation likely would not turn up much else other than to give Councilman Hatley the opportunity to respond. But our process per ordinance requires us to either dismiss this or order an investigation. Those are our options, and that's it. So I understand the point that's not going to turn up much more, but our options are investigate or dismiss. That's it.
Any further comments? Oh, okay. So those in favor of opening an investigation against Councilmember Hatley for a violation of Section 2-30910 and Section 2-309-6, please indicate in the affirmative by raising your hand. All right. Those opposed? All right, the motion passes 5-2. All right, do I have a motion on the special? Voted in the affirmative were Councilwoman Chin, Councilman Harper, Councilmember Kelly, Councilman Manival, and Councilwoman Huffman. Those voting in the negative, Mayor Greenberg and Councilmember Hatley. All right, do I have a motion for the special consideration allegation?
I'll make a motion that we dismiss what allegation was it? We dismiss the claim against.
I believe it's 2-3095, I
Thank
believe.
you. I make a motion, we dismiss the claim against section 2309, subsection 5.
I second.
I see.
All right, any further discussion on this one? All right, to those in favor of dismissing this allegation, please indicate by voting by hand. Motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you. Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Okay, so we will go back to agenda item 6C, and that has encompasses, it's a zoning change from unzoned to agriculture on 11 newly annexed properties. And so agenda items 6C1
I think they're skipping again.
we're skipping.
I'm so sorry. We should have said that. Council, without objection, we're going to move to another agenda item because we have two attorneys on the line who are waiting to hear from us. This will be is this item 6D, Stephen?
Correct.
Yeah, the issue certificates of obligation.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, that's my fault, Ms. Vicky.
Okay, so this will be consider resolution number R 2026-024, directing publication and posting of notice of intent to issue certificates of obligation in a principal amount not to exceed, it looks like $6 million. Is that right? Yes.
Please help me find. Okay, give me 1 second to just find the, just getting back to the presentations mode. And then, yep. So I can show that. I have a PowerPoint in that folder. Okay. Mayor and Council, are you seeing the presentation, resolutions and agreement? Is that up on your screen?
No, it's not.
You're good. Okay. Now, perfect. And just do one more thing. Stephen, are you seeing the presentation?
I am not.
Okay, I think I just need to share. Okay. Now you should be, Stephen. Is that
There we go.
correct?
Looks
Okay.
good. Yes, sir.
Mayor, Council, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about Fate Station Park. This is a project that we've been obviously talking about for a number of, over a year at this point. With me at the time are representatives of our financial advisors, Hilltop Security, Stephen Murray, Spencer Freeman, who's our lead designer from Park Hill, who's been working through this whole process of designing and planning to join us, and he'll be joining here in just a second, is Chris Settle, who's our bond counsel, who's helping us through the certificate of obligation process. They'll have opportunities to kind of answer, obviously, some specific questions as we go. But I will just kind of give an update on the project and kind of, again, make aware what we're doing down at Fate Station Park. If you've been down there over the last few days, Shelby Stouffer, our engagement coordinator, has printed some large banners with kind of some coming soon and QR codes where people can go to a dedicated website for Fate Station Park to understand what's coming our way. This is an overview of Fate Station Park as is designed, and obviously there are some details that we're still working out as we work with a couple of users of the shipping container space. The gray building, for context, is Sauce and Vine, the existing playground. You can see that just to the north. And then looking out, you'll see a large kind of turf, it'll be an artificial turf, kind of open space area. And this, again, Chris Settle, our bond counsel, joining us as well. You'll see an outdoor stage, kind of performance area, And then you'll see, and we'll dive into some pictures. You'll see kind of a shipping container type concept where two users, that we're currently negotiating with right now, will take a kind of a barbecue restaurant component as well as kind of a bar, an outdoor bar area. There's just kind of the concept kind of coming back from kind of over on the Crawford side, looking back towards the park. So a significant number of improvements to that space. This park has been envisioned as a gathering space for a long time. This is something we're very excited to bring forward. This is looking down into kind of what would be that shipping container area. This would be kind of looking at a barbecue restaurant, pedestrian area kind of coming through. Obviously, we'll add some additional restrooms to this park. We'll have some pop-up retail in these shipping containers where retailers, boutiques can set up shop and be a part of Fate Station Park. We'll add some additional seating and pavilion area. We will expand the parking lot down off of Barnes. We'll add golf cart parking and bike parking along the backside. So a significant number of improvements that obviously come with a price tag that's significant as well. Right now, the estimated cost, including a contingency and inflation, since we're not starting it right away, is in your packet at about $5.6 million. There's also some issuance costs that would come from that as well. We are looking to bring a cash component to it as well. We are, Spencer is working as our designer with the users of those spaces. We're still fine-tuning some of those designs and the needs of those users as well. One more look, I think this is kind of the final image, just into that stage area and outdoor open space with, again, some additional seating and really an area just to complement what's happening downtown and just making this a place that people want to spend time and connect with neighbors, connect with family, not just while we absolutely love what's happened in Fate Station or downtown already, we want to invest and create a place where people stay and visit and enjoy what we believe is the heart of Fate and its downtown. So again, there's those images. There's two things for you tonight. There's two different items I've combined into one presentation. Again, our financial advisor, our bond counsel, and our designer are all on the call for some specifics information. But first resolution in front of you tonight is issuing a notice of intent to issue certificates of obligation. Outlined is a not to exceed amount of $6 million. In June, we would come with the actual amount that we would be issuing. This is almost like your pre-approval for a mortgage of up to a certain amount. We're still finalizing some design. As I've mentioned to you, we're working with some of our users still to finalize some things. By June, when we sell, we'll know how much we're selling for. Our intent, we obviously wouldn't go over 6. Our intent, obviously, is to get what we want, but not go any higher than we need to. We'll understand as well the cash components better. Included in our intent is there's just a piece of there to reimburse the cost of the project if we were to advance any money prior to the bond proceeds coming in. So if for some reason there's expenses that started to come up, we put general fund money out of like a fund balance. We can now pay ourselves back once the bond proceeds come. And again, June 15, 2026, staff would bring forward an ordinance to issue the certificates of obligation. Stephen Murray, again, with Hilltop Securities, is on the call. I asked Stephen to just kind of give, again, a brief overview of a certificate of obligation for the public and for y'all to understand exactly what that process looks like. So Stephen, if you wouldn't mind taking a minute to go through that.
Sure, I can do that. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Okay, well, real quickly, it's good to be with you. I'm Stephen Murray with Hilltop Securities. I work alongside Nick Boulash, who I think you've seen before, as well as Andre Ayala in our Dallas office. So very much appreciate that to be with you all this evening. But Stephen, you did a great job outlining what this is. But in order for this to go via certificate of obligation, this notice is required. And so the real reason you would go the CO route is ultimately to save the MDD money, and quite a bit of it. So the alternative financing structure would be a MMD sales tax revenue bond, in which case, because we understand it's the intent to repay the obligation solely from MDD sales taxes. And so the alternative to a CO structure was that revenue bond structure. In order to do that, it's obviously a much thinner revenue stream. It would be revenue only, so, there's not an existing rating on our MDD bonds. We have to go get that, so it's a different credit, so it would cost us a little bit more money just in terms of interest rate differential and spread. Additionally, we would have to fund a debt service reserve fund, maintain some debt service coverage requirements. All of that goes away on the CO side because the ultimate pledge for the obligations is ad valorem taxes. So even though it's our intent to repay these obligations with sales tax revenues, we can utilize a tax pledge in the event we don't have sufficient revenues to make the obligations. And so all that does is it allows us to utilize the city's existing AA credit rating, pledge the full faith and credit of the existing tax base to the bonds. Again, understanding that repayment is coming from MDD sales taxes. So all that to say, in order to do this, because it is a tax pledge, we do have some additional notice requirements just for the community, and that's what the issue is before you tonight. So this is really the first step in the process in issuing COs. The notice, the action before you tonight is to direct staff to publish the notice of intent. We'll make one publication not later than April 30th, which is 46 days prior to the sale date of the bonds. And once that publication is made, again, no later than April 30th, there'll be a second publication exactly 1 week later that will run up until the sale date of the bonds. So again, first step in the process, as Stephen mentioned, we'd be back June 15th. We will take competitive bids, I believe, is what we're looking at this time, although that's subject to change as well. But in any event, we'll price the bonds that morning, have final results, a final sale amount. Interest rates are locked in at that time, and then we will bring that to you at that evening's council meeting to officially adopt the sale and award the bonds to the underwriter or purchaser at that time. So I know that was pretty quick, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Kelly.
So we've talked bonds a few times over the last few years. The $6 million bond is just going on to existing bond debt that we have. My question is more about what our existing capacity looks like. I think when we were talking the DPS bond of $20 million, the bond attorney at that time told us we probably had another capacity over and above that of about $30 million. Is that number still true? What does our ongoing capacity look like after this, so that if there is a need, unanticipated need that comes up, we've still got access to funds if we need to go that route?
Is our Hilltop person on there?
Yes, yeah, I was looking at, he doesn't know that I'm looking at him. Hey, Stephen, sorry, just staring at you at the screen, like, see me, man. Okay. Yeah, so if you want to speak to, I will say one quick thing. We do have MDD sales tax as the pledge, and we'll go through that agreement a little bit. We have a final debt payment this next fiscal year on our existing MDD debt. That falls off. There will be 1 year of 2 payments and then just one after that. Nick had given us some numbers on our, we were well below our capacity, but you may have that number there.
I don't have it right now. I can search for it. I could certainly get back to you as well.
But you're in the I think you're in the ballpark, right?
Yeah, as I remember the numbers, we did the DPS bond. It was, she said we could go up to 45 to 50 million. Obviously, we don't want to leverage ourselves to that degree, but 6 million doesn't tap into that too hard, especially if we're just kind of backfilling debt that's rolling off.
Yeah.
But I think it's just something as a council we need to understand that there's always stuff that unanticipated things that might come up that we've got to do something. We got to make sure we have that capacity out there.
Right, we want to keep our INS rate reasonable.
And I will just to ensure that our INS rate won't be adjusted with this, because and I'll talk to our next slide. There will be, while it will be sold with and this was a great. This is props to our financial advisor. We were talking through just the sales tax bond of our MDD, and then he brought forward the idea of, hey, they don't have a bond rating. There's all these capacities. What if, thanks to Nick, and I know Stephen would have given the same advice. Stephen, I'm looking at you if you can't see that I'm looking at you. But they said, what if we do a CO and do an agreement with the MDD that they will make the payment? No adjustment on the INS, no debt, no property tax increase. However, utilize the credit score of the city, utilize that pledge, not have all again, the additional reserves, all of that. So save rate, but no INS adjustment on this for the property tax because of this agreement. Is that, Steve, is that fair?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Sorry, one more question, Stephen.
Yes.
I apologize, but I'm just thinking about all the MDD obligations. Because part of the MDD obligation is going to be, once sales tax revenue starts coming in from Lafayette, to contribute to that. So MDD's not going to be too pushed in order to facilitate those payments.
Correct. When we kind of did some initial, we didn't, because of the impact fees and other things, we didn't believe we would start utilizing sales tax for MDD to pay any portion of the obligation till, I want to say, year like 9. So we'd have about 9 years of buildup, and we'd be making those reimbursements with impact fees and other things while that builds up. And then there's the 50% split at that point to make up that last chunk. But again, still 50% is going and adding to the MDD. So it's all new money to the MDD still.
Yeah, we could be in a position to, when the bond is callable in 10 years, we may have enough cash if they don't do a lot of other projects.
Right.
Obviously, MDD is going to do projects, but
Yeah.
then they have enough cash to possibly retire
Yeah.
the bond.
We will have good, kind of that good, and I appreciate, and Steve was on the spot with that question. We'll have good kind of, there's a debt coverage ratio of how much sales tax you have, and you have to be able to cover your debt. And this amount is well below what our limit was. Perfect. Thank you. But we can get you some exact numbers there. So this is the first resolution, notice of intent. The second one in front of you is an MDD resolution that includes an agreement. On March 10th, the MDD approved the resolution and agreement that's in front of you tonight. It approves the Fate Downtown Park and Promenade project to provide recreational and community facilities for the city. COs are very limited in what their scope, but what you can use it for. This is one of those. Approves the use of MDD funds to pay the principal, interest, and related costs of the certificates of obligation, not to exceed $6 million, and it approves an agreement with the city to use the MDD funds to pay those. So again, a resolution from the MDD that would be, and I will say it's the first reading tonight. There's 2 readings. Next agenda will have the second reading. You would vote tonight on the first reading and then vote again on it next week. That's kind of the finalization of it. So 2-part, the MDDs recognizing that this is a project that we want to support as an MDD. The second is an agreement for the MDD saying we will make the bond payments on behalf of the city throughout the time and term of the CO. So those are the things, again, in front of you tonight. The timeline of this park, design should complete this month. June, we would approve the notice. The notice of intent will have been fulfilled. The city would approve the resolution. We'll have approved the resolution, and the certificates of obligation are sold. This summer, construction begins, and next summer, park opens. That's the timeline that's in front of us. Again, Spencer's here as our designer. Chris Settle is our bond counsel, and then, of course, you've already heard from Stephen. Any other questions tonight? So again, first reading, we'll have essentially the same one, the same next week, and the notice of intent would allow us to go forward with all of our publications.
So just to clarify, 8D is the notice of intent for the bond, and then 8E is the first reading of the...
6.
I'm sorry, 6.
But that's fine, yeah.
6, yes. It's after 10, I lose all capabilities.
Yeah, so two different items. I just did one presentation. Thank you for that clarification. And just a reminder, the $6 million is not what we're selling tonight. We will have that number. We will sell the amount we need to sell, and that will be, obviously, will be included in that conversation when we sell in June.
Okay, do I have a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion that we approve R 2026-025.
Second.
Just real quickly, you'll have to vote on 24 first, so 6D.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve R 2026-24.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All right, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, so then you would take action on 6E, which is Resolution R 2026-025.
Do I have a motion?
I make a motion, we approve R 2026-25.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, please vote. All right, motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Okay. Chris, Spencer, Stephen, thanks so much.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next agenda item, please.
Okay, Mayor, would you like me to go back to agenda item 6C?
Is that our,
Those are the
is that
the
our
zoning.
long list?
Yes.
All right, let's-
Did you want to do 6F and G first and then move back to 6C?
Council, do you have a preference?
Let's do the zoning stuff.
We'll do the
Okay.
zoning stuff.
All
We'll do
right.
6C.
So 6C. That's the zoning change from unzoned to agriculture on 11 newly annexed properties. So that encompasses agenda items 6C1 all the way through 6C9. So we'll start with a staff report.
Ryan, I appreciate the report that you're about to do. Can I try and summarize it in about 10 seconds so we can move along? Is that acceptable, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I don't like the look he's giving you right now. Are you saying yes or?
Just say yes.
So essentially what we're looking at, I'm asking the question for you to confirm yes or no. We recently annexed 11 properties. They are currently unzoned. What you're asking us to do is put our base zoning on all these properties of agriculture, which is what all properties go into when they come into the city.
As a
and they-
default, based on Article 3, that is correct. The base zoning and the default zoning for newly annexed properties, these were all those same properties that you annexed in January. There are 11 of them. There are 9 ordinances because some of them are under the same ownership and adjacent. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended unanimous approval on all 9 of the items, and so we have those 9 ordinances before you tonight. I can answer any other questions you may have.
And
Thank you,
Mayor,
Mr.
while we can do a very efficient staff summary, we do need to open public hearings for each one as we go.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we'll go to, well, I guess, Ms. Vicky, do you want to lead each of these?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So agenda item 6C1, that's going to be for RCAD property ID 10359. We will do the public hearing and consider the ordinance.
Okay, we'll open a public hearing at 10:21 PM. Anybody wishing to speak?
There's no one signed up for any of these.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing at 10:21 PM. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we pass ordinance number 0-2026-027.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Next item.
6C2, which is RCAD property ID 10893.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing at 10:22 and close the public hearing at 10:22. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion, we approve ordinance 0-2026-028.
I second
I have
that
a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Next item, please.
6C3, which is RCAD property ID 11195 and 83531.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing at 10:22. Seeing no speakers, we'll close it at 10:22. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve ordinance number 0-2026-029.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Next item, please.
6C4, RCAD property ID 11222.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing at 10:23 and now close the public hearing at 10:23. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve ordinance number 0-2026-030.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Next item, please.
6C5, RCAD property ID 11227.
We'll open the public hearing at 10:23 and close the public hearing at 10:23. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve ordinance 0-2026-031.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, begin voting, please. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Next item.
6C6, RCAD Property ID 12197.
All right, we'll open the public hearing at 10:24 and close the public hearing at 10:24. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve ordinance number 2026-032.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Next item, please.
6C7, RCAD Property ID 51577.
We'll open the public hearing at 10:24, close the public hearing at 10:24. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve ordinance number 2026-033.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. All right, motion passes 7-0. Next item?
6C8, RCAD Property ID 83532.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing at 10:25. Close the public hearing at 10:25. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to pass ordinance O-2026-034.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Next item, please.
6C9, which is RCAD Property IDs 91084 and 90314.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing at 10:25. Close the public hearing at 10:25. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to pass ordinance O-2026-035.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I have a question. I'm kidding.
Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right. All right, Ms. Vicki, next item, please.
Okay, we will move to agenda item 6F, which is consider ordinance O-2026-036, declaring on which of the first and third Mondays of the month in which 2026 there will not be a council meeting, and designating the rescheduled dates in 2026 as regular meetings of the city council.
Okay, so I'm correct that this would effectively move the regular meetings this April 13th, September 14th, October 12th, and November 9th. Is that correct? Am I reading that in the ordinance correctly?
So Mayor, it just clarifies what the existing ordinance makes the first and third Mondays regular meetings. This ordinance makes clear that those 4 meetings, April 20th, September 7th, October 19th, and November 2nd, you'll have canceled those meetings because of holidays or whatever. And then the meetings April 13th, September 14th, October 12th, and November 9th, then are regular meetings.
Okay, perfect. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we, I'm on the wrong page, that we pass ordinance O-2026-036.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Kelly?
I'm just going to state for the record why I'm voting against this. In general, it's because it's outlined specifically in the charter that our meetings are on the first and third Monday, and that's what, anything other than those days has to be a special meeting. If we want to change that part of it, I'm good changing that part of it. I think this is going about it the wrong way because it's in conflict directly with what the charter says.
Okay, Ms. Huffman.
So when we discussed this previously, Councilwoman Chin mentioned that it was taken into consideration regarding attendance and required attendance by council members. And it occurred to me, I mean, the number 6 that was given out that's the maximum number you can miss regular council meetings. Does that mean special meetings aren't taken into consideration so I could miss any special meeting I wanted to? That doesn't
That's
seem.
probably
It wouldn't-
Jennifer's, I would
It would
assume so.
not, well, I can try, but
I mean, I'm not-
it does not go towards your total attendance as far as the charter is concerned, right? You should still come, but
But I'm
as far
not-
as the charter is
It's an
considered,
example.
yeah.
How many meetings are you wanting to miss, Ms. Huffman?
Well, and I can give you an example of why, that we've had special meetings where they've been presentations that, yes, they're important, but if they're outside of the regular meeting schedule, we may have had business that we've already, for our jobs, that we said, hey, I'm going out of town, I take the schedule and I make my schedule based on that. And then if there's a change to the meeting, then I can't come because it's a special meeting. So I can see where that would cause someone to potentially miss a regular meeting if we switch them all.
Mr. Manival?
These meetings that are designated, the ones we're talking about and the ones we've seen in the past that have been designated special, are meetings that are only postponed for reasons that are known. They're on the calendar every year. For example, Martin Luther King Day is a federal holiday designated as the third Monday of January. So it's completely foreseeable. Everyone knows when their second meeting of the month of January is going to be.
Mr. Kelly?
I agree with you 100%, Rick. And again, I think from a process standpoint, I think we're going about it the wrong way. I think if we're going to take all the holidays into account, the elections into account, all that, we should, instead of doing it this way, we should be changing the ordinance, the core ordinance, to say the city council will have a minimum of 2 regular meetings a month. And then the council should come in December when we set our meetings and set what those regular meetings are and the special meetings, as opposed to this, which is in direct conflict with the ordinance. There is a way to fix the issue. This is the wrong way to do it. That is my point.
I agree with Scott. I'll be voting no.
All right, any further discussion on this agenda item? All right, since we have a motion and a second, again, no more discussion? All right, please, this would be to approve the motion, which would make April 13th, September 14th, October 12th, and November 9th regular city council meetings. All right, please vote. The motion passes 4-3 with Councilwoman Chin, Councilmember Harper, and Councilman Kelly voting no. All right, next item, please.
6G, discussion about recent allegations made against Councilmember Place 5 regarding the city manager.
Mr. Hatley.
Point of order, please.
Mr. Harper.
Point of order, Mayor. I believe this agenda item is not properly before this body, and it does not constitute city business under governing rules and scope of authority. I respectfully request that ruling on whether this item is in order be considered.
Jennifer, did you have a chance to look this over before the agenda item was posted?
No.
Okay, is this, to Mr. Harper's point, is this agenda item in order?
So this matter is broadly worded, and so I'm not exactly sure what it's about, other than what it's stated, which is recent allegations made against Councilmember Place 5 regarding the city manager. So I don't know what the substance is. I have not seen the email even requesting the item. And so I can't make that determination with regards to whether it's city business. But I would say that city business is very broadly defined. And so I think it would be hard to say that it wasn't city business. But I don't know what this exactly is referring to.
And that's, to my point, is no one's exactly sure what it is, including the public. So it's a mystery item at the moment.
Well, why don't you let me enlighten you?
But the point of order, I think, has to be ruled on
Right,
first.
that's why I'm asking, though. I'm just saying, if you haven't looked it over.
Well, I've looked over everything that's been made available to me, which is the agenda item.
If something is discussed that you would think would be in violation, you would chime in and let us know, correct?
So when I look at the agendas, I make a decision when they get sent to me ahead of time whether or not I think they comply with the Texas Open Meetings Act. And I think this complies with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Whether or not this constitutes city business, like I said, city business is a very broad term. And so based on what I know, I would not say that this is not city business.
Okay.
Based on what I know sitting here right this second.
Then thank you, Mr. Harper, for that point of order. I do not concur. We will be moving on. Mr. Hatley.
Okay, this is actually referring a conversation that I had with Mr. Kovacs in November on this. There was an allegation that was made at a petition signing that was recorded, that was sent to me, that stated that I physically threatened the city manager, which I'm going to give the city manager a chance to answer that question.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Harper.
The person that the allegation came from is not here because they didn't get notified of what this agenda item was, so they cannot speak to what they had on the agenda.
I didn't name them. I'm talking about the allegation.
Thank you. Thank you for the point of order.
I want to appeal to the body.
Okay. So an appeal to the body has been made. This is essentially Councilwoman Chin is making the motion that we suspend discussion on this item.
I am.
Okay.
Based on the fact that the person that is on this alleged recording is not here, has not been properly noticed, they can't defend themselves or their intent when they were doing whatever it was that they were doing on a video.
They haven't been named.
I didn't say you had.
Well, just so we're clear, since he's not making an accusation on someone specifically, do you still wish to appeal to the body?
I do.
Okay. All right, an appeal to the body has been made. So those in favor of, Jennifer, does that have to be specific, or is she, since she is attempting to overrule the chair, I guess that would be the move, to overrule the chair on the point of order, which would effectively end discussion of this agenda item. If you are in favor of overruling the chair on this agenda item, please indicate by raising your hand. The vote is 2. If you do not wish to overrule the chair, please raise your hand. Vote is 2 to 5. Councilwoman Chin and Councilmember Harper voting in the affirmative. Mayor Greenberg, Councilman Kelly, Councilman Manival, Councilman Hatley, and Councilwoman Huffman voting in the negative. Mr. Hatley, please continue.
Point of information.
Yes, sir, Mr. Kelly.
Madam City Attorney, as this is about rumors made in public and not city business, is city council business, is it considered city council business to protect our reputations from social media rumors? Our individual reputation, not as a body, but us as an individual. Is it city business for us to set a business item on a city council agenda to address things that have been said about us on social media, whether they're true or false?
I think it's definitely in the gray area, but as I've mentioned, city business is very, very broad. So for instance, and let me follow up with that. The word city business is used in a lot of contexts, including maintaining emails, maintaining public information requests. And so whether or not a city council member, as I understand it right now, this is the first time hearing of any of this, whether or not a city council member threatened physical harm to the city manager would be, if a city council member threatened physical harm to the city manager, that would be city business.
Thank you. And this, for the record, this item is worded very broadly, correct?
It is.
Thank you.
Mr. Hatley.
Once again, on March 22nd, there was a recording that from a citizen in the middle of a petition signing stating that I was on tape physically threatening you. Have I physically threatened you ever?
No, sir.
Okay. Very well. Once again,
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for the person
sir,
that
I
put
was
this on.
talking.
Are you making a point of order?
No.
Or point of, okay.
I apologize for the interruption.
Thank you. Once again, there was only one time on that tape that there was actually a threat made, and that was Mr. Harper threatening to fire Mr. Kovacs.
Okay, hold on.
Mr. Harper's not part of this conversation.
Let me
It's
handle
not
this,
my
Mr.
agenda
Harper,
item.
please.
It's all part of the same tape, sir.
This is the specific agenda item about the threat, the physical threat made. That would need to be another agenda item, as that was not.
Point taken.
Was not mentioning Councilman Harper.
Nice
Okay.
deflect.
Okay. Mr. Kelly.
My question would be, and I would be glad to just, if he chooses to answer it, great. If he chooses not to, great. But on that November 11th tape that the petitioner does reference, there are threats made to the city manager's job. Absolutely. I believe the reference was, it would not bode well if you proceed with taking the personnel action that was being considered. As such, I think this would be a fabulous opportunity if the councilman chooses to respond to it. But also the evidence is, I think, fairly well laid out in the tape.
Jennifer, I interpret this agenda item because it is broad. It is technically an allegation made against Councilmember Place 5 regarding the city manager. So I would, even though it's not in the context of what we were just talking about in the specific event, would it pass muster to be discussed?
So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding, and again, it is after 10 o'clock, and I've become less and less effective every minute that goes by. But what I will say is, if we're about to start talking about the tapes that are subjects of the ethics complaints, we should not be doing that. That is going to be investigated. Those tapes are going to be investigated. My understanding is that from what Councilmember Hatley just said, is that this was about whether or not Mr. Hatley made a claim about physical harm. I don't think we should be having a discussion regarding what's going to be about to be investigated.
Mr. Kelly, are you good with that? Okay.
I'm fine with that. I was just making a point that the allegation actually the allegation that the councilman's defending himself against, it's literally over one word.
I was literally going to say, in December himself, he said that I did not threaten him in any way, and that was well after November. So that's on the December tape. So,
all right. Ms. Chen.
I was just going to ask if you have the direct quote from the person that you were talking about, the recording. Did you write down a direct quote so that we can all be on the same page? Because not everybody, including the public, has any idea what you're even referencing right now.
it stated, it was all over there.
Do you have a direct quote?
Do I have a direct quote?
Yes.
Sure. I'll give you a slightly paraphrased if it happens to be missing a nuance.
Do you have a direct quote? I've watched the video, and so I'm just going to say.
Are you saying that she did not say that I physically threatened the city manager, Ms. Chen?
I'm trying to answer. There are, because
Mr. Mayor,
okay.
I make a motion, we move on. What's the proper term just in this item in Robert's rules? It's time to move on.
So would Councilwoman Chen and Councilman Hatley be agreeable to moving past this without having to take a vote?
Is she denying that that it was actually said? Are you denying it was said? That I physically threatened, that I was accused of physically threatening somebody? Are you denying that?
I'm still trying to get a whole
So
Senate.
let me be really clear, this is not an
trying to
action
get out of
item,
whole
this is a
Senate.
discussion item.
Right, but to Mr. Kelly's point, if he's looking at it going, we want to move on, and if the majority of the body wanted to, what would his course of action be?
While she's looking that up, can I finish my sentence?
Sure.
Because I've tried
No, because
twice.
I'm in the process of trying to make a motion through the right process, so allow me the opportunity
I
to
guess
do
a
it the
point
right
of order,
way. Point
if
of,
you wanted to ask about what would the proper process of that be.
point of order, what's
So
the proper office?
Point of order has interrupted
to end
proceedings.
this conversation and just move on.
Yeah, point of information, is that what you just said, Michael? Point of information, not point of order.
Okay. Point of information, what order do I use to end this conversation? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Michael Kovacs, my deputy city attorney. It's a motion to end debate.
I make a motion to end debate.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second.
Okay? And, I think that there's no discussion on that, or I guess you could still have discussion on ending debate, but then I would just really hope that nobody wants to have a discussion
Do you
on that.
really,
motion
really
in
have
debate
to,
should be a
Mayor?
direct motion.
Any discussion on that, though, technically, Robert's Rules of Order? Okay, seeing none, please vote. This is a motion to end debate. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Okay, next item, please, Ms. Vicky.
Item 7, Mayor, Council, and City Manager reports.
All right, Councilwoman Chin.
Congratulations to Raju. That's all I got tonight.
Mr. Harper?
Again, congratulations to Raju. Excellent employee that's been here for a very, very long time. Had a lot of accommodations. It's too late. He had a lot of praise and good work while he was here. How about that? Also, want to thank those that came out tonight in support of the Child Abuse Month. It's unfortunate that we have to have a month where we observe that. Wish there was no child abuse, but there is, and that's all I got. Thanks.
Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, props to Raju. He will be sorely missed. I don't think people realize the amount of stuff he did, how he did it, and the job he's done positioning the city to be in really, really good shape going forward. I also want to thank city staff for the Easter event a couple of weeks ago. I think that was a lot of fun. It was a great turnout. It was great seeing all of our local businesses downtown involved. I also want to take a minute to thank all of our city staff. Our city staff does an amazing job, from our DPS, who are keeping us safe, to our streets team, to our parks team, to our finance team, to the folks taking park reservations, and our courts team. Our teams do an amazing job every day for the citizens of our fate to make sure that when you turn on your water faucet, water comes out. I say that because I want to give special commendation to Michael, to Vicky, to Stephen, and to Samantha, and to Jennifer for the work you guys do. This council has not made life easy for the last 6 months. And in some cases, as a group, we have all made life significantly more difficult. The job you do to insulate our frontline staff from the chaos that this council is creating is commendable, and I thank each of you for that.
Mr. Manival?
I too would like to salute Raju. I didn't have that many personal dealings with him, but the ones that I had were professional, and he was extremely helpful, and I know that he was the source of probably a lot of answers that came to me indirectly. So I know he was doing good work even behind the scenes. So I imagine I will miss him. And I don't know what else to say about the child abuse proclamation. It's a shame that exists, but I watch the news, I read the paper, and we need to observe that this month. And I probably should have said this last week, but I hope everyone had a happy Easter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manival. Mr. Hatley?
Hopefully everybody had a wonderful Easter. I also want to thank Raju for his years of service to the City of Fate. It's very much appreciated, and thank you to Children's Advocacy for everything that they do to help abused children. Thank you.
Ms. Huffman?
I also want to thank Raju. I didn't get to work with him that long, but he seemed so capable, and I'm sure he'll be missed. I'm excited about the progress on Miss May Drive. Also, it's sad that we have to have awareness of child abuse and prevention of that, but I'm glad we're aware of that. On a final note, I'm going to say, spring is here, and I'm putting out a little bit of a plea. The birds are out. The bees are out. I'm a beekeeper, so I try to encourage people to hesitate on mowing their wildflowers. So if you can think about that, those few of you who are left here, that would be helpful for my bee population. And that's my notice.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, congratulations to Raju. Again, I'm one of the newer council members, so I didn't have the chance to work with him as much as some of the rest of you guys, but he certainly was very capable, very smart guy, always a pleasure to talk to. Wish him well in retirement. Mr. Kovacs.
Yes, sir, just a couple things. Just a reminder, next Monday, due to the scheduling with things, is a regular council meeting, so that's next week, next Monday. And then also congratulations and thank you to Raju.
Okay, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Our next agenda item is item number 10, adjournment.
Do I have a motion?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes 6-1 with Councilman Kelly voting no. Lord knows why. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.